Hey, pseudonym, welcome. And of course I've got the game set up wrong in OBS. Alright, hello everyone. I'm the Nerdy Fool and welcome back to Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. We last time made our way to Dargonus and explored our palace. So now we find ourselves in the Administratum to see what they have here. Specifically, we're also here because we are getting Jai some sort of legal recognition to be a merchant, I think. I don't really know what to expect here, so let's check it out. Turn after turn, the unceasing stream of petitioners pours through the palace doors. The strong-willed wait patiently, while I can't read fast enough. While the weak-willed try everything they can to get ahead of the others. Treat every citizen as a suspect until they prove they can be trusted. Awesome. Greetings, Protocol. Welcome to the Palace of the Adeptus Administratum, identifying your lordship. Please follow me. I guess I shall.
It's about time.
We can talk to this petitioner specifically. Your face looks familiar. Checking coordinates. Continue in this direction to reach your destination. Your visit has been logged. Okay. So we've got a door there. This way is cracked. Can I peer down there or anything? No.
A new challenge for me?
I guess I shall go down this way. Grab some goods. It's on my planet, it probably belongs to me. The towering piles of papers and endless shelves heaving with ledgers evoke special reverence to the laws of the God Emperor in the hearts of the servants of the Adeptus Administratum. So this is the officer of the Administratum, or an officer. Okay, yeah, an officer. We've got several. And then the Master of Seals. But first, Chronicle of Case 683-02720-LA2987-B4-126. That is a long name. The parchment looks grease-marked and old, as though it has passed through many, many pairs of hands. Servant of the Imperium, Elias Tantanal, filed a declaration with the Adeptus Administratum that he is the sole heir of House Tantanal and the legal sovereign of the northern continent of the planet Ergona Rex. According to the submission, Elias Tantanol cannot exercise his right to this inheritance, as the wider family tree includes an individual who shares his full legal name. According to the petitioner, this individual is his great-grandfather. Given the loss of documents confirming the death of the second claimant to the inheritance, Elias Tantanol is petitioning for confirmation of this relative's death and permission for the enactment of his inheritance rights. Petition received, preliminary review period up to 15 Terran years. Forwarded for review, 23 Terran years, 4 cycles from date of submission. 23 years after he submitted it, they finally forwarded it for review. Request for a copy of the death certificate of Elias Tantanol sent to the archive of the Departamento Munitorium, 28 Terran years, 2 cycles from date of submission. Request rejected, 39 Terran years, 11 cycles from date of submission. Second request sent to the archives, 44 Terran years, 4 cycles from date of submission. Request approved, 52 years from date of submission. After 48 repeated petitions from Elias Tantanol, a third request was sent to the archive, 79 Terran years, 7 cycles from date of submission. Copy of death certificate of Elias Tantanol, great-grandfather to the petitioner, received, 84 Terran years, 6 cycles from date of submission. Documents forwarded for formulation of decision, granting permission for the enactment of the inheritance rights of Elias Tantanol, sole heir to the house and legal sovereign of the northern continent of the planet of Ergona Rex, 101 Terran years, 5 cycles from the date of submission. Death of Elias Tantanol, recorded by servants of the Adeptus Administratum. Place of death, Q16, Wills, Legacy, and Inheritances, Waiting Hall, Palace of the Adeptus Administratum, Dargonus, 106 Terran years, 2 cycles from date of submission. Death certificate of Elias Tantanol, sent to the archives of the Department of Munitorium, 114 Terran years, 10 cycles from date of submission. Petition for the enactment of inheritance rights following the death of Elias Tantanol, and for the issuance of a copy of the death certificate received from the deceased daughter, Eliaza Tantanol, 114 Terran years, 11 cycles from date of submission. So this guy sent in his request to receive his inheritance because it was being blocked because his great-grandfather had the same name, but had died. It took 100 years, 101 years, for it to be approved. No. 52 years to be approved, but then still needed more submissions. Yeah. But then he died in the Administratum waiting room 106 years after his submission. I hope he wasn't actually waiting here for 106 years for a result. If things normally take this long, like if they tell you, hey, we'll get on it, but it's going to take up to 15 Terran years for the preliminary review period, I hope he goes home. Standing around for 15 years sounds crazy. And 114 years after the submission, there's a new petition to allow the inheritance to move on to his daughter, who also has an unfortunately similar name. Like, if names are causing that much of a problem in your family, I would make sure everyone's names were very different. Because that's crazy. Then we'll take that paperwork, so it'll be lost and they can't get their inheritance in the future. Because I'm cool like that. Sacred Scroll, the 1005 Administrations of Master Inventory Avasilius to the Adeptus, the Adepts of the Administratum. Inkwell of Livalia, the Impartial, first Master of Seals of the Koronus Expanse. Alright, let's talk to the Master of Seals. An ancient-looking woman in voluminous robes peers at you critically through her ocular lens when you descend into the bowels of her bureaucratic domain. Another noble bypassing the queue under the pretext of just wanted to ask. All you highborn ever want is just to ask. But what about protocol? That's what I'm asking. Who's going to follow protocol? Shy glances at you and whispers, What? So I paid off a few clerks to let us skip the queue, Shireen. Your time is more important to me than any little formalities. Ha! Sure, she's doing it to save us time, not herself. Very well, don't just stand there. You're here now. Or do you think the Master of Seals has nothing better to do than receive unexpected visitors? The old woman beckons over a servo skull floating nearby. Begin entry, current hour, current turn, current cycle, 41st millennium. Metal manipulators immediately begin feverishly clacking, taking dictation. Don't you want to know who I am? What is this place? Tell me about yourself. Tell me about the work of the Adeptus Administratum. Or my companion wishes to obtain a Mercatum Tabula Officiale. Don't you want to know who I am? Ignatius von Valentius, sole heir to the rogue trader Theodora von Valentius, may the throne's radiance guide her path on the other side. In a practice move, the Master of Seals twists her magnifying ocular lens and examines the ledger in front of her, the sole person to publicly assert their claim, to be precise. It's true. Theodora hadn't named a specific heir. And we know there were others. There was ourself, there was Adelthrad, I think his name was, on the ship at the time. And then the Master of Whispers, Kunrad. And when everything went down, Kunrad left, but he'd already been disinherited. But he thought he could somehow sneak in anyway. Adelthrad died by turning into a warp monstrosity, but I think before all of that, Theodora told us that there were others that they had been trying to contact. And Adelthrad and ourselves were just the first two to get onto the ship. So theoretically, there are other heirs, and any of them have equally as good of a claim to be the rogue trader. Except, you know, we currently have the ship has accepted us, etc. But we were not specifically named by Theodora to be her heir. Abelard Wazarian. The woman directs her gaze over your shoulder, seneschal and right hand of the now departed Theodora von Valentius, and of her now extant heir. The colorless eyes of the Master of Seals suddenly fix on Cassia, the Lady Navigator of House Arcelio, whose name and deeds are unknown to me. She points her finger at the old ledger. It says here that the von Valentius dynasty has owed your house 1 gold throne for 30 cycles. Here, take this, and I, at last, will mark the matter closed. We've owed her house 1 gold throne, a single gold coin, for 30 cycles. I'm thinking cycles are months, because they were showing years and then cycles on that other document we read. So probably months. So for 30 months, we've owed them 1 gold coin, and it's been in the ledger. Fantastic. Cassia stares in puzzlement at the gleaming coin in her hand. House Orcelio thanks you for your service, Master of Seals. The old woman smacks her lips in satisfaction and nods curtly. Of course, I know who is standing before me. It is my job to know. Jai shifts, deliberately putting her jeweled augmetic on display. Does that mean that my reputation has preceded me as well, esteemed Damar? No, I have received no reports about you. You are unimportant. What is this place? The Master of Seals raises her eyebrows in surprise. You are in the very heart of the palace of the Adeptus Administratum. Day and night, hundreds of thousands of prefects, ordnance, scribes, servants, and servitors carry out their duties to humanity and the von Valentius dynasty here, never setting foot outside its boundaries for decades at a time. But knowledge comes through comparison. There are entire worlds belonging to the Administratum, so this palace is but a humble cog in the blessed machine of the Imperium. Tell me about yourself. I am the law, and I oversee order in this section of the Koronus Expanse, as well as the worlds of the von Valentius Protectorate. In accordance with the ancient covenants made with your ancestors, I hold the power to grant petitioners what they seek and to punish criminals for failing to carry out the Imperium's will. Jai continues in a whisper. She's ancient enough herself. Look at her. She's a bona fide living mummy. Rude. Tell me about the work of the Adeptus Administratum. The Master of Seals tuts in displeasure. One would think that the Protectorate's heir has no care for his tongue, if he is so willing to wag it to the point of blistering. However, I despise servant of the Emperor that I am, do not possess the gift of unallocated time. Let's proceed to the matter of your application. She's like, don't waste my time asking me about basic stuff that everyone should know. Everyone knows of the administratum. Let's move on. My companion wishes to obtain a mercatum tabula officiale. The Master of Seals peers over her ocular lens at Jai in disbelief. Then she looks at you. I take it you are her sponsor. In that case, you must submit a written application in conformity with template 404.01, as well as written permission for the processing and notarization of the personal data of your most sacred personage. Without it, I cannot issue Mistress Haydari. Mistress Haydari, the form for collecting the seals required to obtain the Mercatum Tabula Officiale, the certificate of an official trade representative. At these words, the saccharine smile drops from Jai's face. Seals? What seals? We will discuss that when Ignatius von Valentius has prepared the primary documentation. Everlord lets out a stoic sigh and rolls his eyes. You get the feeling that this is not his first personal interaction with the administratum bureaucracy, nor is it his second. So no way of getting around these formalities. Could you handle the paperwork on my behalf? I will pay. I think we're already paying her. And if I refuse, or complete application form 404.01. I'm not going to ask if there's a way to get around it. This is their whole life is working here. They're not going to let someone just get around the paperwork. Could you handle the paperwork on my behalf? I will pay. Seems kind of silly, but it might work. She mutters something waspishly under her breath, ignoring your question entirely. Fair. Alright, then we'll just complete the form. The perfectly sharpened quill scratches pleasantly on the parchment, but for the first few minutes, the obfuscatory phrasing, footnotes, amendments, you are forced to write out the same details over and over about you, the Protectorate, Theodore von Valentius, Jai, and then also every living person who bears your family name. If you do not know all the required information, you must complete supplementary forms. Yeah. An hour passes. The Master of Seals nods in approval and stows the scroll into a tube labeled with your name. Next is the consent form for the processing and notarization of the personal data of your most sacred personage. Sigh forlornly. Give your written consent on the presented form. Jai, take care of this, or I am already regretting my decision. We will first sigh forlornly. The Master of Seals animatedly draws her cogita quill across the surface of a data slate, paying no attention to you. Alright, we'll give our written consent on the presented form. Another hour passes. Government bureaucracy at its finest. The scroll's whipped away into another tube by the Master of Seals. Protocol executed. Application received. Processed. Approved. The servo skull scribe taps out each word after its mistress's pronouncement. Come on, esteemed Damar. What's that you were saying about seals? The old woman unhurriedly holds out a printed scroll to Jai. Here's your document, Mistress Haydari. Unfortunately, it does not yet have legal force. I can certify it is as sacred... I can certify it as a sacred Mercatum Tabulae Officiale once it has received 2 seals of approval. They're easy to obtain. In the Imperium Court, Administratum servitors have been handling such tasks for over 150 cycles. There is one such servitor here on Dargonus, in the Rogue Trader's Palace. The second is duty-bound to keep the seal of the Telecos in the Telecos Epsilon system. That system sounds familiar. Either we've been there or it's one that is important. Maybe that's where the other main world, Kiabagama's at? That would make sense to me. Why can the seals not be affixed here? Why am I obliged to handle such a task myself? I mean, technically, I think Jai is supposed to handle the task. Find Administratum servitors and have them place 2 seals of approval. The goal is clear. I did not sign up for this! Why can the seals not be affixed here at the Administratum Palace? According to Amendment 3C/8, implemented by Prefectus Estinia II of Dargonus, one of the seals must be kept in the palace of the ruler of the Von Valentius Protectorate, remaining a symbol of the unbreakable link between the Sacred Warrant and the Adeptus Administratum. Hey, Dragon Tear Leather, welcome. I am definitely discovering the wonders of paperwork, though I was already familiar with it, but it seems that Ignatius von Valentius was not. The second seal, the ocular lens perched on her nose click as she rifles through the moldering scrolls with a wrinkled fingers, is held in the Telecos Epsilon system in accordance with Decree OL-008/ZN. Unfortunately, after a fire 200 cycles ago, all that remains of the original decree is an addendum certified by an unknown adept with the initials AA. No instructions repealing the decree were ever received from Holy Terra, therefore the seal remains where it ought to be. So 200 cycles ago, a fire burned the decree, so we don't know why it's there, or even anything about it. Just an addendum certified by an AA, whoever that is, that indicates it should be kept there. So they're just leaving it there, because that's what the current rules that they can figure out from the addendum of a burned document seem to be saying. Fantastic. It's like, has anyone actually sent a message to the Administratum of Holy Terra to say, hey, the place where this was being kept by decree has burned down. Can we move it somewhere else more sensible? Because Terra probably doesn't know that there's this odd corner case they're dealing with. Yeah, you can't keep the seals nearby in a handy place because that would be convenient. And AA signed an addendum of a burned document that says that they should be kept on this other planet. So we gotta go there. There was a time during my earlier years of service when I performed the duties of a secretary in charge with logistics reports at a local administratum office. Your words, Master of Seals, brings back memories of which I am not the least bit fond. Why am I obliged to handle such a task myself? Decree 424, Clause 79, Amendment 8 of the law on certifying a mercantum tabula officiale with sponsorship of a bearer of the warrant of trade. The sponsoring rogue trader must be present at the placing and certifying of each seal. If this requirement is not met, the document will be deemed invalid. Okay, find Administratum Servitors and have them place 2 seals of approval. The goal is clear. The Master of Seals nods with satisfaction. Please do return once you have prepared the documents. Awesome.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Take heed, rogue trader.
Oh, did you spot something? You did. Well now. Dusty note. Alam, I know it hasn't even been a full cycle since I was appointed, but please cover for me with the Master of Seals for the Emperor's sake. I completely forgot about one extremely important seal. I'm going to run upstairs to do it. I don't think it will take long. I'll be back within a couple of hours. The note is covered in a thick layer of dust, just like the table on which it lies. Well, I don't know if they didn't make it back, or if this note was just forgotten about.
Victory awaits!
Looks like we should be able to get through there, but it seems not. Oh, we missed loot. Is that... Hang on, is that the room we were just in? Yes. We missed loot. I must grab loot. There we go. Departamento Exacta Report. Auditing and reissuance of Great Tithe Payment document for GX-75021 and GX-76021. In the last 2,836 Terran cycles, entries mentioning planet blah found 284,356 found, including copies. Entries mentioning planet that 1 found, including copies. Oh, are they wondering if there's a misnaming? That one document where this planet was actually labeled with a 7.6 rather than a 7.5. A full list of confirmed by the Adeptus Terra of all planetary objects located within the territory of the illustrious rogue trader dynasty of the Von Valentius was received 164 Terran cycles ago. After careful reconciliation of the data, it was found that planetary object GX-76021 has not been included in the collection of the Imperial Tithe for the last 2,836 Terran cycles. In the same period, the planetary object GX-75021 was included in the taxable sites, but did not pay its Imperial Tithe, thereby failing to uphold its sacred obligations to the Imperium. Subsequent analysis of the archive documentation reveals the absence of documentation confirming the existence of planetary object GX-75021, unlike planetary object GX-76021, which was discovered in files dated more than 2,836 cycles ago. Based on the internal inventory investigation, the Adeptus Administratum decrees that any mention of the planetary object GX-75021 must be replaced with GX-76021. GX-75-021 was the latest NVIDIA GPU at the time. Seems reasonable. The numbers do keep growing quickly. The Governor of Planetary Object GX-76021 must pay the tithe for the preceding 2,836 Terran cycles within a period of no more than 50 Terran cycles, and in the event of non-payment of the tithe within the prescribed period, Planetary Object GX-76021 will be seized for the needs of the Adeptus Administratum, and 95% of the population will be immediately subjected to servitude in perpetuous for the benefit of the Imperium, turned into servitors. Note, a precise reckoning of the tithe amount required in throne gelts is appended to the report. Note, an advisory letter has been sent to the Departamento Munitorum recommending that the Departamento conduct its own internal inventory investigation to determine whether planetary object GX-76021 has fulfilled its sacred obligation to provide recruits for the Astra Militarum. Well, if you're going to grab 95% of the population to turn them into servitors, I don't think you're leaving enough people that the Militarum could get their recruits. So the Administratum looks like they mixed up at one point. When the planet was first found, they were calling it let's see. They were calling it 76 when it was first found, but in the time since then, all documents have been written about 75. Okay. But it looks like whatever the planet is called, no taxes have come in because we don't see... It's clear that 75 was included in taxes but didn't pay them. We see no mention that 76 has been paying tithes. So as much as I realize this is Administratum fault where they screwed up, the governor of the planet had to have known that he should have been paying tithes. So all the governors that have been on planet for 2,800 cycles should have known they should have been paying tithes and have not been. So it's kind of the governor's fault for never pushing this forward as, hey, there's been a, documentation error, can you sort it out? But giving them 50 cycles, which I think is 50 months, not certain, but I think cycles is months. Giving them 50 months to sort it out, or the entire planet will be turned over to the Administratum and 95% of the population will be turned into servitors, is rough.
Follow my lead.
There is an area over here we haven't managed to get to. Through here. Do you have anything further to say, Petitioner? Look at them all dressed up in their finery. Important folk, I suppose. But in this throne-forsake, blessed place, all are equal. Are my eyes and mind failing me, or did the rogue trader's shoulder just brush against me? No, I've not brushed against you. We're like 5 feet away. Look at them. All dressed up. Your face looks familiar. Okay, none of them have anything special to say.
I won't tolerate weakness.
Looks like we have to get out of here. Well, we can go to our palace easily enough to get the first seal. Let's head back down to Dargonus, but this time go to the palace. Take the same team. Last time we went through all that effort to level up Jai, because we never use her, so she was super underleveled. And then we get here and there was no combat. Her levels did not matter at all. Ah, well. If we ever need to take her out somewhere, at least she's leveled up now. So, where would I find... Nothing marked here that clearly states it's where I need to go to get this seal placed. I'm going to actually go into the palace, because that makes the most sense to me. Now, where would I put it? Don't know. So I think we'll just kind of look around. A bunch of people we can talk to. Random Warden, will you tell me? Nope. Can't go in there. Yeah, we can interact with a bunch of people. This way's our bedroom area. I doubt it would be in there. Unless it's this giant computer. No. Yeah, I doubt it's any of those locations. It's probably in the main throne room, if I was gonna guess. Because we wouldn't expect people to go into our bedroom to get their documents stamped. Here, the next expansion is going to have Imperial tithes in it. Wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, I haven't heard anything about whatever their next expansion is going to be, but they did quite a few DLCs for their Pathfinder games. So I'm sure there's going to be something. Yeah, why didn't we use this ship when we were getting to the palace? Why did I have to run all the way here when we've got a ship parked right here? That would have been far more convenient. Oh, probably need to talk to Jai here. There we go. Mistress Adari, my patience is not easily exhausted, but you're coming very close. I shall repeat myself again. No, I will not be issuing you any seal, not in exchange for your honest word, nor even for a bribe. Hello. I can see the family resemblance with Abelard now. You cannot see farther than your own nose. My dear Clementia, it wasn't a bribe, it was a gift. Now, about that seal. I just happen to be wanting to give you a gift at the same time I'm asking for you to do me a favor. It's not a bribe. Let the rogue trader decide. I mean, that is why I'm here. Your lordship, I apologize for the ugly scene, but might I ask that you rein in Mistress Haydari and put a stop to her inflammatory actions towards me? As the Exalted One is my witness, Serene, I've tried everything I could to spare you any unnecessary headache over the seals of the Mercatum Tabula Officiale. I even showed this aid with a temper worse than a sandstorm, the certificate with your signature, but your Chancellor merely kept batting me away with her flail of baseless denials. I suspect that the reason for this has nothing to do with my humble personage. I mean, it seems that you were getting on her nerve by your lackadaisical attitude, but yes. Also, we were told very explicitly that the seals had to be affixed in our presence, so trying to get them dealt with without us there makes the document void. Clementia purses her lips and glowers at Jai. Oh no, this isn't about me at all. Jai narrows her eyes as she peers into Clementia's face with the latter finally until the latter finally looks away. I see. Well, Chancellor, will you tell us yourself, or should I help you? Jai really does go straight to trying to scam her way through, doesn't she? Yeah. There's a lot about Jai that she seems to lie regularly. And it leaves me wondering if what we know about her, how much of it is actually true. Like, is she actually the, 12th child of this distant noble family, or whatever it was she said? Or is she just random, person from a downtrodden world who's told that lie long enough that people are starting to believe it? Could go either way. None is true. It wouldn't surprise me. Whatever's the matter, Mistress Wissarion, help in what way, Jai? Mistress Wissarion, I require that document to be certified. Where is the court servitor, the keeper of seals? You may figure out your problems yourselves. Whatever's the matter, Mistress Wissarion? I am afraid that my words may anger your lordship. Clementia lowers her head in shame, as if offering it up to be removed from her shoulders. The seal you're looking for was lost over a quarter of a century ago. Of course it was. Of course it was. Her ladyship, Theodora von Valentius, ordered a new one to be delivered from the Imperium, but as you well know, we are a long way away from Holy Terra, and with warp storms ravaging the Koronus Expanse, we have been unable to receive a replacement to this day. So you've got one that was lost a quarter of a century ago, and one of them that's held in a random location because a burned document vaguely mentions that it should be kept there. Awesome. I presume the one responsible was punished promptly and harshly. I'd have you flogged for withholding critical information. With Clementia, the seal with the winter scale coat of arms, could this be the seal in question? When did we find that? Also, winter scale shouldn't be ours. That's a different ruling house. But I'm sure that's something we picked up somewhere, and I've forgotten it. Like, it vaguely sounds familiar, but... Remember the bunker with the toxic air? I do remember the bunker with the toxic air. Did we pick up a seal there? Alright. Well, thanks for the reminder. I presume that... I'm going to go through the options if I can. I'm sure we'll be allowed to give her the seal afterwards. I presume the one responsible was punished promptly and harshly? Rest assured, Theodora von Valentius ordered to have the malefactor dealt with accordingly. Servitude in perpetuous. I need to figure out how to pronounce that word. In perpetuous. Your lordship, he now performs his duties to the Imperium without reservation or error. It was randomly in their storage. Okay. However, she refers to her data slate, one of the worlds under Caligos Winterscale's rule, like Dargonus, was granted the honor of keeping the sacred sigils of the Administratum. The archives of House von Valentius mentioned 3 systems that are presently under the control of House Winterscale. Those would be the Forgotten Twins, Landgren's Belt, and the Nameless Star. I am confident that the Administratum Palace is located on one of the planets there. We have a better chance of finding the seal in the pockets of some rich collector or fence than on a remote world owned by one of your rivals, Shireen. I suggest we make contact with any traders we may encounter in our travels. People in my line of work tend to have a good eye for such things. There is every possibility that someone has waited their whole life to to return the great relic to its rightful owner. I'm not going to have you flogged for withholding critical information. That's crazy. There's something I must discuss with the Chancellor in private. Leave, you're dismissed. No, we'll give her the seal with the winter scale coat of arms. Could this be the seal in question? This is without a doubt the Administratum seal from the winter scale's realm, but why is it the original and not a copy? Ah, I think I understand. Well, the laws of the Imperium do not prohibit heirs of other houses from using the seal in time of need. I will order to have servants of the machine cult create a duplicate so as to avoid such embarrassing predicaments in the future. A seal from the Winterscale realm. So this is the original one that was lost. And we are allowed to use it even though it's Winterscale's and not ours. Because it's a time of need. Is that going to be confusing if the seal claims that Winterscale has agreed to something that we are agreeing to? Who knows? I don't know what I need to discuss with the Chancellor in private, but it's a button, so I'm going to click it. There's something I must discuss with the Chancellor in private. Oh, by all means, Shireen, I dare not waste any more of the precious balm that is your time on matters related to me, if I may excuse myself. Oh, never mind, I mistake my leave. Like, hey, I have to talk to her alone. And then we're just like, I actually don't have anything to say to you, sorry. I'm at your service anytime, day or night, your lordship. Okay, so we've got that resolved. I don't think we have anything further to do here. Oh, Janus. Find the seal on Janus. That's Telecos Epsilon. No wonder it sounded familiar. And then we'll have to return to Dargonus with the seals. Okay. We can make our way back to Janus at some point. We do need to go back in that direction because there's one of our worlds is being attacked by pirates. You have an old army inspection seal, big heavy brass thing with the coat of arms. That's cool. Are you supposed to have an old army inspection seal? Yeah, we gotta go to those other worlds, that's fine. Just seeing what options we have. Kiava Gamma is one we need to deal with eventually. And yeah, Vivo 6 is being terrorized and we need to check it out. Okay. Cool. I think that is actually Dargonus done for now. No idea, I don't think they use them anymore. Someone was selling them off in sealed boxes on Facebook several years back. Okay. I know nothing about army inspection seals to know whether that's okay or not. Feels like it's a not okay thing, but I don't know. It's very random though. But also kind of cool. Alright. Dargonus was a lot shorter than Janus. But I suspect we will have lots more to do there, because we haven't gotten our official ceremony for becoming Rogue Trader, because we need to deal with Vivos and Kiava Gamma first, I think. What do we have here? Foulstone. Yes. We are required at Foulstone because of a pirate raid. Any projects we can have you work on? Doesn't look like it. Janus, you are currently not working on anything either. And Dargonus is currently working on the restoration, where we're creating a new hive city established on the ruins of Scipione 84-249. Alright, then let's head back out. So if we wanted to go to Janus, it's here. Where was Foulstone? Is that here? Okay. Because we could keep exploring these newer worlds that have opened up. This is where Voltvir was, and there's Eldari survivors there. This is Vibos 6. But I don't know how long the pirates are going to be there, or if we miss out on it, what kind of problem that's going to cause. So I do kind of want to get back to Foulstone. What was this one? Right, that's where the Gene Stealer cult originated from, so we need to burn that place down. Keep hearing conflicting things. Head claims that the coat of arms on surplus gear is supposed to be removed, but only seen it done once. Yeah, Kiavagama we have left. That's way out here, so it's been not a high priority to beeline our way there. We'll get there eventually. I'm just exploring things as we find them. So yeah, let's... And I have also been curious to see what is at the Imperium, because we do have this dangerous path to get to the Imperium. And at the time I didn't feel like figuring that out. But if we're going to be all the way down here, it's reasonably close. So part of me wants to just make the jump. Alright, first let's chart new routes, see what we can spot from here. Oh! Found a bunch of new stars. And then some other paths. Do I want to make some of these other paths safer? Also, can I actually just do big jumps? Yeah, they're dangerous. But technically I could, or deadly, I guess. Which means, if I hit this, would it create a new deadly route, like these deadly routes? And then could I spend more points to make it safe, and have a really safe trip that goes all the way, like, across the world, like, from up here all the way to, you know, Footfall. Is that how that works? Because that seems crazy. But we do have 14 points, so creating like a really convenient super route does seem like it'd be useful. Yeah, and then stabilize, but yes, rather expensive. Okay. So I could do that. Because the idea of having good routes that go from Dargonus to Janus to Kiavagama and back, so I can just jump between my three main worlds, seems like it'd be a smart choice. I'm going to toss down a save just so that if things go poorly, since I haven't tried out this mechanic, because if I click that button, it just immediately jumps me there, then I'll feel bad. No, it straight up made a deadly route from Dargonus to Janus. And I think I'm actually going to spend the 3 to make it safe. This is going to be a major highway, more or less, to get between farther distances in our protectorate. Let's make it a safe one. 6 points spent, which is significant. But yeah, we can now go have a permanently safe trip from Dargonus to Janus and back. That is super cool. Also, the fact that it doesn't seem distance matters. I could just spend 3 more to have a route from here all the way over to here. Which is crazy to me. Because I would have expected, you know, a nearby one. I guess if I was trying to create some route that goes all the way across the galaxy, or I guess the Koronus Expanse, I would expect them to make it more expensive. And they don't. It's 3 regardless. Don't want to do that too many times because it was 6 points, which is expensive. But creating a few of those routes does seem sensible. Alright, let's head down to Governor Viat's estate. Well, Governor Viat is dead, so we'll have to assume your navigator's especially talented. Yeah. And we will keep taking Jai with us because this is kind of her quest. And here's Adira, still level 16 because we just never use her anymore. Since we have a couple of psykers, myself being a psyker, just don't see the need to have Adira on the team. But at some point we're going to do a quest for her and I'll have to level her up. For whatever her personal quest ends up being. Same. You've got Adira just left unleveled up.
None shall stand in my way.
So there was you who were important in administration work, I think. Tilius Quint nervously tugs at the hem of his dusty cloak and bows respectfully. Your lordship, the subjects of Janus welcome you. What cares have brought you to our humble world on this occasion? How are things on Janus? Without the enemies of the humanity on our land, wonderfully, your lordship. The people of Janus are indebted to you for ridding our world of heresy. Destroy the Eldari on Janus. I was thinking more of pushing back against the Slaneshi worshippers, but yes, the Eldari are also gone. Did I bring an Eldari with me? I think I didn't, actually. No, I don't think we have our Eldari with us at the moment. Because it'd be funny if I had brought an Eldari with me, and he's like, thanks for getting rid of all the Eldari except that one that you have following you around. The Emperor is my witness. Janus will continue to serve the Von Valentius dynasty, but not in precisely the same way as before. I appreciate the local species. Oh yes, the flora of Janus can take your breath away, while the fauna can inadvertently kill you. Alright, well, I require a seal to certify a Mercatum Tabulae Officiale. The secretary nods energetically. Of course, it would be an honor to assist the rogue trader. Wait but a few moments, your lordship, and your humble servant will have your seal ready. I guess it's not random if the seal is on Janus. Janus is one of our primary worlds. It's fine. Jai's expression is pensive as she twists a lock of hair around her metal finger. Interesting, Shireen. I assumed we would be dealing with servitors, but no. Some places in your domain still have this work being performed by people of flesh and blood. I beg your pardon. What's this about servitors? I have faithfully performed my sacred duties to the Imperium and the Administratum all my life, and guarding the seals is part of that. And after half a century, not a single seal damaged. I keep them in a special place, and I oil the handles every month, as the rules stipulate. Jai shrugs. I am merely repeating the word of the Master of Seals on Dargonus. Servitors have replaced an entire category of lowly bureaucrats assigned to the Von Valentius planets. Oh, around 10 years ago now. But after 70 years of service, and not a single directive, not from Holy Terra or from Dargonus, a complete breakdown in communication. What a farce. What an insult against all processes. Scarlet patches blossom on the secretary's pale face. But this is easily remedied. If the Administratum requires such a servant, then I will immediately begin preparations for servitorization. The will of the Lex Imperialis is supreme. You are going to begin preparations for servitorization. Jai is talking to you, who you can't trust. Do not trust anything Jai says. And you will immediately sign yourself up to be lobotomized and turned into a machine. Because Jai says you should. No, please don't. Jai nervously licks her lips. She clearly did not expect this response to her remark. Attilius, I do not think the Exalted One has any particular desire to see you lobotomized and turned into a mindless, clanking ghoul just because someone somewhere changed a law. Iconoclast. Attilius, there is no need for that. Yes, any servitor can place a seal, but can it do so while granting me a sincere smile or impressing me with its impeccable finesse and attention to detail? I think not, but you can. And Dogmatic, he is correct, Jai. Each of us must follow the letter of the law. Oh, Dogmatic is so awful. All the time. Iconoclast with a persuasion that we're guaranteed to succeed at. You can serve humanity while remaining as you are. Could a servitor replace a true administrative officer who is passionate about their work? So, this requires a higher level of Iconoclast, which we apparently have met. This one, if we were just Iconoclast, but too low to use that one, we could then try and persuade him to stay unlobotomized. James needs an intelligent secretary, not a brainless machine. Simply acquire a servitor for yourself. See, that's a reasonable answer. Like, yeah, we need you to still do your job. You are more than just the person who stamps seals. Get a servitor to meet the requirements. And all's well. Like, that seems the best option. I mean, it does require having a servitor, but they have, you know, criminals for that. Like, as much as I like the Iconoclast and Dogmatic options for giving me the points and thematically fitting, I like this answer the best, so I'm going to go with it. Janus needs an intelligent secretary, not a brainless machine. Simply acquire a servitor for yourself. After lots of prevarication, Attilis' hunched figure sags. Of course you are right. I will continue to serve Janus in the Von Valencia Protectorate as before, and today I will dispatch a request for copies of edicts issued by the Imperium over the last 50 years. Who knows what else we have missed here on Janus. Yeah, if you haven't gotten all of the edicts for 50 years, like, Imperial edicts stopped arriving 50 years ago, you should have assumed that something had broken down in the process and immediately worked to rectify that. That's the same issue we had with that planet that is not paid tithes in 2,000 cycles or whatever it was. Like, okay, the process is broken down. Don't just hope it's never discovered. Realize that something's gone wrong and push forward for it to be fixed so that you're not dealing with the problem 2,000 years down the line. Or 2,000 cycles, I guess those are months. Regardless. Yeah. 50 years. Yeah, we just haven't gotten any Imperial updates in 50 years and thought it was fine. Jai lets out a breath, obviously relieved. That is wonderful, Attilius. Just wonderful. Just don't go poking at your eye with a long needle, at least until you receive a direct order to do so from your precious administratum. Here you are. The secretary proffers the sealed certificate with care, and may the Emperor bless your path. I must take my leave. Janus is always honored to receive your lordship. Because, like, he handles all administratum work on this planet, and the idea that he's just like, yeah, I'll just turn myself into a servitor because one of my many roles requires that I be a servitor. Dude. $40K is just special. But that's Janus done. Let's now go to Foulstone to deal with this pirate raid. So that's here, yes? Yes. We'll just go an unsafe route. It's fine. It's been a while since anything's happened. Demonic eyes had materialized and begun to slither across the walls of Crew Quarter 49. The burning orbs swelled like bubbles of fetid swamp gas, only in secluded places at first, later appearing in plain sight. Everyone subjected to their glare started experiencing headaches and spells of self-flagellation. After one of the officers peeled off a portion of his own skin to fashion a makeshift eyelid for one of the fiendish orbs. Gross. The section was quarantined since neither fire nor other munitions could prevent more eyes from sprouting up on the ship. The vessel was cleansed only by escaping from the clutching embrace of the Sea of Souls. By the God Emperor's grace, no perils of the warp prevented the vessel from returning to real space. I do enjoy reading those events, which is part of why I don't want to go safe travels everywhere. Because they're fun in a gross, eyeballs sprouting and people tearing off their flesh kind of way. Alright, Foulstone. What's your deal? A gang of vile pirates has descended upon the colony and is now bombarding it from orbit. Enter battle. Pay a tribute to the pirates, which will lower our profit factor by 3. Wait. Does it lower it, or does it just say it requires us to have a profit factor of 3? Or fight them off with the colony's own forces if we had security greater than or equal to 6. Security is up to 2. I think we're just going to enter the battle. We have a very powerful ship. I'm not going to pay pirates. That's encouraging more piracy. The 40k world is not particularly pleasant. It's super true. Like, in most stories we read about, you've got the good side and the bad side, you know, good versus evil. And in 40k, there really isn't a good side. We mainly follow humanity because we're humans, and so that's who we want to root for. But humans, like, the human Imperium is not a good place. We're not the good guys. We're just another version of bad guys. Like, you compare, say, the 41st millennium, Warhammer 40k's version of the future, to, say, Star Trek, which is also a far future space thing. And it's like, in Star Trek, where all the species have gotten along and have created their, you know, combined federation where they're all happy and wonderful together. Or Mass Effect, where you've got your council of all the aliens have decided to work together. And yeah, there's some fighting and some problems, but generally everyone has agreed. Yeah, I mean, there's very few sci-fi that takes place this far into the future. Most of them are reasonably close future. But the idea is, in most sci-fi that have lots of species, usually we assume that we've worked out our need for war and we've all agreed to get along. 40k is like, no, there's only war. There will always be war. We will be fighting forever in the hope that we can conquer these other species, but we won't. Alright, let's enter battle. Hopefully they don't have too many ships. It's probably fine. I think we did an upgrade after our last battle that allowed us to send out fighters rather than torpedoes, and we weren't sure.
My voice in prayer for this vessel and its hallowed guns.
Oh, it's Drukhari. The Drukhari have blocked some of your flagship's posts using an unknown xenos power. Your crew will regain control of these posts in several rounds. Okay. Humanity is terrible, it's just that most of the others are even worse. Yeah. I remember reading about the Tau when they got introduced into the 40k lore. I think it was the Tau. And they were effectively good guys. And everyone was just like, what are you guys doing putting good people, like a good species, in 40k? And so in, I think, later iterations, they gave them more lore that turned them into equivalently terrible. But they appear to be more good guys. So we've got these two. I don't know what the weird, like, wavy look is on them. Shadowfield, that's probably what it is. An eerie and unfathomable haze obscures the vessel. Enemies suffer a 25% penalty to hit chance while attacking from within 2-cell range, and a 75% penalty to hit chance when attacking from outside that range. Oh, so we've got to get close so that we minimize our hit penalty. The field is removed upon firing and has a chance to be re-engaged at the start of the ship's turn, or in response to enemy fire that causes hull damage. Okay. So we've got... No, not the torpedoes. I don't care about those. The ship. Do you have... Yes, so you do also have this shadow field. It's currently down because you fired. Same with you? Yes. So we should attack the ones whose shadow fields are down. But yes, we got torpedoes, and I was unsure if our interceptors replace them or if we could choose which to launch, and it looks like we can choose which to launch. So we can either launch our 4 torpedoes or we can launch a wing of Fury interceptors. Okay, cool. Well, while we're here, let's shoot at you, because that seems like a sensible choice.
Another salvo!
Okay. Then if we went here, we could hit you with our lance weapon and our forward. I doubt we're going to get in any sort of position where we can hit anyone with this. Could I ram you? If I was here instead... No. It's just the end of our movement. We can't quite get there. Oh, and they've now put up their cloaking field. Okay. So we're probably only going to get one shot. That's what it sounds like. Because then they're going to cloak. Although if I went here, then we'd be within the range for our other shots to hit. So do I want to hit with this first or with these? This does more damage. Do you not have shields? Because that looks like it's going straight to your hull. Alright. Not the torpedoes. You.
Bleed them!
Nice solid hit. It's a good chance of missing, but we're going to take the shot because why not?
Macro cannon, volley!
Okay. Can't do anything there. I think we'll put out our fighters.
Unleash our vengeful salvo!
Get them in the way to make it harder for them to ram us or do anything that way. And I guess that's the end of our turn. We got some damage on this one, but not as much as I would have liked. Okay. So if I don't know how to use you. Because ideally, I want you also shooting at their front. Well, they don't have shields, so it doesn't matter. I want you facing towards them, though. Which means this is the most sensible option. Or I could have them take out the torpedoes before they hit us. Because those torpedoes, I didn't think about them, and they are definitely going to hit me. And that will make me sad. No, just go here. We'll see if we can shoot at the torpedoes. But is there no attacking option? Oh, okay. That's how we attack. %, chance to hit. Neat, but I think I want to take out the torpedoes. And if they blow up, are they going to damage that ship because they're right next to it? Don't know. Well, I'll call that a win. Yeah, we're going to take a lot of damage here. Because they're all going to be able to move up on us. And they're just cutting through our shields. Like, we have shields. Oh, and they're all attacking that single side. Yikes. Okay, we're back to us. Let's see. Swing run. Gain extra range. Warp wave to immediately turn a ship. That's always fun. Things are still better than they were. In the original release of the DE ships, did stupid amounts of damage. I don't know what you mean by the DE ships. Can I shoot back at this one? No. I was hoping that we could finish you off. I could do a swing run. Dark Eldar Drukhari, okay. Cool. I don't think I can ram. I think they're too close.
Fire the larboard batteries!
Get a solid hit there. Are you all just outside of that shot range? You are. That is rude. Well, you're within 2 squares, so our chances to hit are slightly improved. I could also shoot at this one because it's not cloaked. But I really want to start taking out ships rather than... Yeah. Rather than leaving ships half injured so they can still fight. That's not going to take you out. If I move forward, all I can do is move forward 1 square. That's the full movement available to me. But that would allow me... No, I still couldn't hit you. Let's do a warp wave on you. See what it does. Okay, you took some damage and turned. That doesn't help me with my maneuvering. Can't ram I don't think I can actually do this swing run because I can't move past them. But if I go here, that'll at least allow me to shoot off to the side. %, that's not terrible.
Fire right now!
And then our macro cannons.
Leave their hull strewn across the stars!
Alright, we could put out another wing of fighters. And I'm inclined to do so. Looks like we have to go here.
Torpedoes locked!
And then there's no one on that side for that. Yeah, I think we're just stuck here. Just jammed up against these other ships. Yeah, I've heard the name Dark Eldar, but it wasn't coming to mind. Drukhari is what this game keeps calling them, so that's what I think of them as while playing the game. Alright, so you can shoot anyone here. %, chance to do a little bit of damage. You guys don't do much damage. That 100% is feeling pretty good. Okay, there's some decent damage. And you also can't maneuver. Ship must reach one of the end phase cells to end their turn. But it can't. Like, all those squares are illegal. Drukhari is a relatively new term for you. All the time you were playing tabletop, they were the Dark Eldar. Yeah. I think when I was playing the Dark Heresy, which is a tabletop role-playing game of the Inquisition, I think they were referred to as the Dark Eldar there as well. Games Workshop did a drive to replace all generic names with ones they could trademark. Okay. That makes sense then. I can't get you to self-destruct or anything. Surely the game has some way I'm supposed to carry on if I can't move. Like, I can't click these squares. There are ships there. Like, what? I'm unsure of how to proceed. But I can't imagine that they actually didn't consider this. Please, let me end game. Or end turn. Just restart, don't box yourself. I mean, most of that boxing myself was them boxing me. I'm gonna Google it. Which I know is not the most exciting. Never managed to get into this particular situation, so no idea. triggered your phone by saying Google. Ha. I'm not seeing anyone else mention it. Yeah, I see no one, at least based on my Googling, I'm not seeing anything. So, is there a load game? I'm going to restart the combat. As dumb as I feel that is. We got super stuck. I don't know what I'm supposed to do in that situation. Like, at least with torpedoes, you're able to destruct them. But with the fighters, you can't. Super odd. Okay, so we need to make absolutely sure we're not getting too jammed up against these ships, because that turned out real poorly. But yeah, I didn't realize that the ships we were facing, when it said, oh yeah, you got to deal with some pirates, I didn't realize it was going to be Dark Eldar. Alright, well first we will shoot at you. They also didn't put up their shields this time, which strikes me as odd. You've got your shield now. I could... Oh, we've got different people with their abilities unlocked. So we've lost our warp abilities, but we've gained the new heading, so we could turn sharper, which means we might... No, we're not going to get into a spot where we could actually shoot you to finish you off. They hide after getting hit once. It's camouflage, not a shield. Yeah. But last time they started out with like half of them camouflaged. So I thought it was just how it was supposed to be. No, we gotta go a little farther. Okay, that would allow us to shoot your torpedoes. We have to go here to hit you.
This one's going down.
Good solid hit. That really only takes out one of their torpedoes. So our fighters can take out all of them in a single shot. But our main ship can only take out one torpedo. Sure. Also, the fact that they say that you have to get within 2 squares of them to deal with their mischance. But getting that close feels like I'm trying to get myself heavily boxed in. I feel like I want to take out the torpedoes just to be certain, because torpedoes do a lot of damage. And then we will send out more of these fighters. put them over here.
Our vengeful salvo!
And I can't shoot anything over here. So we'll end our turn there. And we're not as jammed up against each other. Now you... From here, you can... Yeah, you can easily take out the torpedoes. And then still move farther around. There we go. More space between all the ships. Perfect. So I definitely should have attacked them. Although it was only like a 36%, so we probably would have missed anyway. So it's fine. Yeah, so much damage. They're just chewing through our shield. They just attack our hull basically directly. Not certain why we don't seem to have a shield against their attacks. Yeah, our ship's already half dead. This may not work out well for us. Okay, you're attacking a different side where we should have different shields. Okay. Back to us. I'm probably going to want to either swing run, which points me back facing this direction, which would be good. Or we could do the new heading. But I don't think that gets us a sharp enough turn to what I need. So let's do the swing run. We went here.
Set the course.
Then we've got a good shot on a lot of them. Still not killing shots, though. But I think I want to take out these smaller guys as we can, because they should be quicker to finish off.
Fire the last batteries.
I moved to here. No one's within range of any of my shots. I could use this to increase my shot range, just so I could hit someone with that. Not a bad call. I'm guessing here doesn't get me anywhere close now. No, we're gonna have to go here. Then use this to give us +2 range. And that gets just you within range, right? Yeah. Well, then I'll take it.
Another salvo!
Let's send out another set of fighters.
Annihilate them!
Alright. If you were here, you could shoot no one. Well, darn. You're just facing the wrong way to actually get over there to help. Just so close, but can't pull it off. I mean, it's the best we can do with you, so go there. Maybe you'll soak some of their attacks if I'm lucky. Now you can actually get to places. Let's put you there and have you... I don't think you're going to take them out. Unless that's just for a single shot, because I think you have a double shot. If we're lucky, that'll kill. That is, in fact, a kill. Fantastic. I could try and jam them up some. If I went here... maybe that would make it difficult for them to move. Okay, they're gonna get shots on us. Yeah. Okay, you've put out some torpedoes. Fine. Oh, and they didn't move. That did, in fact, seem to work. Alright, from here, I can already shoot at these guys. Do I think any of my interceptors can take care of that torpedo? Because I don't really feel like wasting my shots there.
Leave their hull strewn across the stars!
That didn't do as much damage as I would have hoped. I can get a shot on you from back here. Chances are going to be low because they've got their dodge stuff going on. I can hit you again from here. Only 32. It's not ideal. So what if I did go somewhere like this? Then I've got you in both shots. And then from there, I could still potentially maneuver away a bit to hopefully be out of their direct line of fire. Oh, but first I want to take this shot on someone. Which probably has to be them at this long range, low chance.
This one goes down.
Nah, it was still a hit. I'll take it. I think... if we go here... if we're here, I think that's still too far away for me to get this shot with reasonable accuracy. Yeah. Gotta be within 2 squares. So if we move forward to here, that should count as 2 squares, I assume, and it does.
Macro cannon, volley!
Only got 1 hit.
Leave their hull strewn across the stars!
Then do we move all the way here? Ooh, I have my warp options as well. We could do a shallow jump. To get farther away. Since they're currently jammed in place, but they won't be after my interceptor moves. And they'll be moving this direction. So maybe it'd be smarter for me to move here and then warp jump forward. because I would hopefully be more out of their range when they're forced to move forward. Seems reasonable. Yeah, let's warp jump forward to there. And I think that's the best I can do with my ship. Now here... I was hoping that this one would go first so it could move out of the way, and then this one could move into that spot, because that would be funny. Oh, you're right. I should have thrown out torpedoes or something. I probably should actually have you deal with their torpedoes. Because I really don't want to be dealing with torpedoes. And then you have to move at least one square. If I move you to here, do you have enough movement to move forward one more square? That's the question. I don't know. First of all, while you're here, don't move. Just see if you can take this one out. You can. Which damaged him, but not ourselves. And then you can go here and still block him off. It's so rude. Alright, they're going to attack my interceptors, and that's fine. Oh, you are able to move quickly. You've put out new torpedoes, of course you did. Yeah, the fact that we only hit one torpedo strikes me as weird. So we do a lot of damage there. Much less with that one. So we'll want to take this shot as our starting salvo.
Macro cannon, volley!
If we did new heading, we could turn sharper. Would that get us within a line, or do I want to do a swing run? Turning ourselves around. I think we'll go with new heading. Could also do that. 32 though is so bad. Swing run, broadside, other side. I don't think we are going to get into a position with a swing run where we could... Oh, swing run, right, not the new heading. Swing run would allow us to use these, but only if we got all the way back to where we are now, and I don't think we do. I think it stops us, like, back here. Yeah, the flagship flies in a straight line, making a full U-turn at the end of its movement, and can choose its final position from 3 directions. So yeah, our final position is one of these 3. So we will not be able to use this gun regardless. Question is, which one do I think is more likely that I'll be lined up with this attack and this attack? If I was positioned here, probably is going to be having me face maybe directly this way or maybe diagonal. I don't know. Well, I know I'm within range here. We're not going to get within the 2 cell cycles here. Actually, is that true? No, we could get within the 2 range with this. Alright. I'm getting ideas. If I got to here, do I think they would be within the line of shot there? Probably not. For that. I'm gonna go with this one. Because from here, we can easily get within the 2 range for this weapon. No, it's still showing 32%, even though that should definitely count as us being within range. Even from here? Well, let's go here, and then we'll figure out our options from there, because I don't know if the numbers are calculating from our current position. They were not. Okay. 72%.
Fire right now! Another notch on the macro cannon.
Perfect. Then from here, they are within range. If I move forward another one, I think that puts them out of our shot. So let's go here. Which way are you guys facing? You're heading that way, so we are not in danger from those torpedoes, unless they have crazy turn that I doubt they have. 32% is not great, but we'll take the shot anyway.
Fire the large battery.
Okay. We could technically turn them, but I'm kind of happy to have them jammed up on our interceptors. So, end turn. Wait, why is my interceptor... Oh, right. Oh, and I forgot to send out my torpedoes again. It's like, why is my interceptor moving on its own? It's because I have to give it... It has a couple of turns and then it's forced to return to our ship. I think take those shots. Go here. Let's see if that leaves you one more movement to move forward, and it does. This is just a jerk move that's super funny. Torpedoes are rather useful against these guys. Yeah, but the interceptors also seem to be very good. I could have tried taking out their torpedoes, but I think they're heading that way. If I'm wrong, I'm going to be disappointed, but I think that's the case. Yep. They're just heading off. Slowly coming around towards us. But I'm not super scared. I go here. You are both within shot range, but you have your shields, so it's probably better. Actually, this one would be within the 2 squares, but not from where I'm shooting at it. And if I'm turned there, then I can't make that shot. I've got to be facing forward. Lance? I can use the lance from here. Chances are terrible. But we're planning to turn towards them. So I could go here. I'm within 2 squares then. So then I would have a good shot. I could hit with my forward gun, my lance, and my macro cannons. And then I could move over and hit with my left side guns. All on this, all within the 2 cell range. I think that's probably my best call. $32. I'm definitely within 2 squares of you. I don't know. There's something about that that's not working out the way I expect it to. It's also doing very little damage to these guys. 0 to 4, 0 to 9. Alright, take the shot. It's a miss. Yeah, why are our chances so bad? Is it not counting us as being close enough? Then I shall get closer. There we go. Not sure why being back there didn't count as being close enough.
Macro cannon, volley! Another salvo!
Do I just stay parked here? Probably not. I think we're gonna get hit regardless. Actually, I could teleport again. I could even go here and then teleport forward there. But I think getting more behind them makes more sense.
Lay in the course.
Let's do a warp jump. Yeah, and let's send out another set of our fighters.
Torpedoes locked.
I think we're gonna win this. It was seeming a bit iffy early on, but jamming them up works surprisingly well. Oh, this is gonna immediately head back. It's not gonna allow me to shoot. That's a problem. Yeah, it's immediately coming back to my ship. Not ideal. Alright, you can't jam them up, unfortunately. So they're going to finally have freedom to move. Can you take out either of them? Maybe this one. Oh, good explosion. They've got 9 health left. And all they've got is just that 1 9 health ship and then these torpedoes. You gonna run? No, you're gonna stay fighting. Okay. No. Just drop some torpedoes and then leaves. No, okay, you are gonna keep fighting. And those torpedoes are just not facing us at all. I mean, let's do another new heading for a sharp return. I guess I don't want to get too close because sometimes ships explode. I don't know why my interceptors never take damage from that.
The time has come.
But let's shoot you.
Fire the last battery.
Located through blessed blast of fire.
Oh, do I actually have to take out their torpedoes before it's counted as victory? Barely out of range. It's probably fine. I don't know if I actually want to give them a new heading. It does damage, but I don't know how that applies to torpedoes. And I wouldn't want them to accidentally turn more towards me.
Set the course.
So, yeah, I could give myself more range to get a shot off with either of them. So I might as well. You're 2 for 14, 4 for 21. Well, that's an obvious choice.
Fire right now!
Okay, you did manage to take out 2 torpedoes. And we'll send out another set of fighters. I don't know where their other set of torpedoes went. Maybe they blew up. Oh yeah, we only have 1 set of torpedoes left. So let's send you, take your shot, and that'll be victory.
Another victory of 2.
And Dark Eldar down.
Lord Captain.
The level up of our ship, perfect. Whole bunch of scrap that's basically all going to go into repairing our ship. But well done. Expeditious reload. Reloads all macro cannons that were fired during the acceleration phase. Okay. Allows the use of both abilities of one selected post per, for 1 turn. Reinforced shields. The chosen sector of the flagship's void shields is reinforced until it suffers damage. Has an increased chance of absorbing enemy attacks and loses only half of its strength when absorbing damage. That's neat. Overloads the enemy shields, redistributing them with the weakest side facing the flagship. It has a hollow field. It loses several of its charges. But it expends 25% of our shields. Strafe, I think, would have been useful in multiple times. Yeah, the fighters are super amazing. I'm glad I have them. Invulnerability scan. Flagship's augers scan an enemy ship to highlight its weak points. All damage dealt to a weak point is increased by 30%. I think I will go with Strafe. Oh, this gives us new options. So a lot of the same ones, but then some new ones. Choose ultimate post abilities, as opposed to just normal abilities. All hands on deck. Flagship's torpedo tubes are loaded with 3 torpedo salvos instead of 1. 2 rounds plus 1 round for every 20 points in the Master Cannoneer's demolition skill. So when we fire torpedoes, we fire 3 torpedoes rather than just 1? That sounds great. Flagship launches a boarding party to infiltrate an enemy ship, starting internal fires and possibly causing engine damage that cripples the ship for 1 round. Can only be used once per round. Lasts for 1 round for every 10 points in the Supreme Commander's persuasion skill. Supreme Commander, so is that talking about our Supreme Commander? Okay, Supreme Commander is Cassia. Yes, these are just flagship post abilities. These are ultimate post abilities. Okay, so this one's Supreme Commander. This one is Master Cannoneer, who is Argenta, who does have a pretty good demolition skill. Imperium Storm. Flagship makes 7 attacks, each of which targets a random enemy in an 8-cell range and deals from 8 to 14 warp damage. Can only be used once per battle. +1 round for every 10 points in the Warp Channeler's lore warp skill. I assume warp channeler is me. It is, and I have a good lore warp. Definitely tempted by that. So this would be if we'd grabbed the shields, which we haven't. Maximum overdrive, flagship speed is increased by +2 and its maneuverability is increased by +1. Bonus damage dealt by voidship ram based on distance traveled is increased by 100%. So it just makes us move better for 2 rounds plus 1 round for every 20 points in the Master of Maneuvers athletic skill. Premonition. The flagship's augurs scan the area for favorable tactical positions. While the flagship is in such a position, its evasion is increased by 35%. 2 rounds plus 1 round for every 20 in the awareness skill. And then these are the things we already had, so we could skip getting one of these ultimate posts to just grab a basic normal post. I really like this Imperium Storm, but I'm curious if only one enemy is within an 8-cell range. Do we attack that single enemy 7 times? Or do we only get a single hit? I also like the all hands on deck. I'm going to go Imperium Storm. Yeah. Feels good, but I guess we'll have to see how it actually plays out. So there we are. Ultimate abilities. Okay, your ship now has access to an ultimate ability. It can drastically change the tide of battle. Try using your ultimate ability and see for yourself. Note that you can only use one ultimate ability per combat. Makes sense. Ultimate abilities are so powerful that they take a significantly longer time to recharge. When using ultimate ability, be aware that they may still be on cooldown the next time you enter battle. Really? Huh. So that cooldown can last between battles. That seems a little weird, but okay. Ship's ultimate cooldown bar gradually fills up on each of your flagship's turns in combat at the end of each battle and as a result of certain events during space exploration. Okay. We'll see exactly how that works later. Let's repair our hull for 43 scrap. That's actually not bad. But I definitely want my hull fully repaired. We could... No, we can't actually level it up. It says it costs 305 scrap. We have 283, and it's like, do you want to do it anyway? I mean, the button's allowing me to click it. Not enough scrap. It's like, hang on, we just hadn't reloaded the button. You can't actually upgrade that. The RAM, I think, still gives us... increases RAM damage and reduces void... No, this is only for ramming. I was hoping that it, in some way, would help out. Less damage, less protection, but doubled against enemy blast attacks. Is that better? I just saw it glowing and was wondering if maybe I should be looking into that. Reduce RAM. Oh, you think I should reduce RAM so I can upgrade the hull? I mean, since I never use the RAM, or rarely use the RAM, I used it once. It did a lot of damage to my ship as well. And I haven't bothered trying it again. But yeah, I could reduce that and then upgrade our hull so that we're even tougher. It's not a bad call, since you can downgrade and upgrade freely without penalty. Might as well. Alright, Foulstone, anything further you want to say after all of that? My guess is no. No, doesn't seem to be anything going on. Also only used it once? Yeah. Ram seems like an odd choice. Now, while I'm down here, do I want to go check out the Imperium? Yeah, and only going in a straight line is limiting. Often you're not facing conveniently directly towards the ship where Ram helps. Alright, let's travel here. We'll go to the Imperium because we're in the area, and I'm curious. We could also check in with Footfall to see if anything new has shown up. Cone would be much more useful. Very true. If they gave us some amount of maneuvering while we're ramming. That night, the Lord Captain and some of his crew were awakened by beautiful music. The sound seemed to caress their very minds until they realized that the source was their own bodies. While their teeth were chattering out of a staccato, their tendons were being plucked like strings by unseen hands, and invisible breaths flowed through their bones, turning them into mournful flutes. The illusion ended, but for a long time afterward, every movement made their hearts stutter in fear. Was the orchestra about to strike up once more? You would think that if your teeth are chattering, your tendons are being plucked, and breaths are flowing through your bones, you would notice that before you notice the beautiful music. They're like, oh, this music is wonderful, until they realized that their body was freaking out. The Imperium released us from its grip, this time. We'll make this an unsafe trip at 2 more points. We're spending a lot of points, but I am curious to go here, and I'm not going to go on a deadly trip. Congratulations, everyone. We made the trip from the Koronus Expanse to the Imperium reasonably safe. We have solved the warp storm that everyone's been worried about. Profit factor lost. Hello. How? Why? Lord Captain, urgent report. We have received an astropathic message from Regent Aranto Orsilio. The navigators are concerned about the fate of Cassia, who disappeared from York 5. The Regent is requesting an update on her current status, and he has also inquired about the possibility of a personal meeting to negotiate and arrange the return of the Lady Navigator to her house. We can talk about it, but the answer is no. The psycho-emotional coding of the received message betrays acute concern, but it also contains something that the astropaths have failed to put into words. If you'll excuse my forthrightness, I feel it is necessary to tell House Orsilio the truth. Otherwise, a conflict with the Navis Nobilite is possible, which, given the current state of the Koronus Expanse, will only play into the hands of the enemies of the Imperium. How did House Orsilio even learn that I have Cassia? Tell House Orsilio that Cassia is safe and that the rogue trader would be honored to meet in person. I'm so far inclined to go with that option. Order the astropaths to send the following. Cassia Orsilio perished at the hands of the rebel navigators of her own house. No. Tell Regent Aranto that the rogue trader does not know anyone named Cassia. Ignore it, I have no obligation to answer anyone's requests. How did they even learn that I have Cassia? I wish I knew, Lord Captain. It is troubling indeed. Perhaps we have a spy on board, or Regent Aranto is bluffing. In either case, I believe we should respond. Navigators are extremely powerful and useful allies to have. Alright, tell House Orsilio that Cassia is safe and that the rogue trader would be honored to meet in person. I'll see to it, Lord Captain. The astropaths will transmit your consent. Representatives of House Orsilio will be waiting for you on the capital world Dargonus. Receiving members of the Navis Nobilite is always a delicate matter. Please make sure to discuss the details of this meeting with your Chancellor upon arrival. I will. Lord Captain, Raver on the line. The astropaths are going crazy in their little chamber. They're reporting severe warp disturbances along our intended route. It looks like the maw is completely impassable. I've seen this before, yes, and if you ask me, going in there is not a good idea for us or any other void ship. But Cassia already cleared it up, guys. Come on. So you're saying that not only will I break through the maw to the Imperium, but I will cover myself in glory as the conqueror of the raging warp. Forward! I did not inherit this void ship only to destroy it in the roiling Imperium. Let someone less valuable deal with the maw. mean, this seems incredibly dumb. But I want to go to the Imperium. I doubt I can save right here. No. Alright. I'm not going to risk it if my Master Helmsman is saying... Well, the Master Helmsman and the astropaths are saying, don't go forward. I'm going to trust them. I did not inherit this void ship only to destroy it in the roiling Imperium. Let someone less valuable deal with the maw. I'll see to it, Lord Captain. And we just spit back out here. Now, if I save... then we give it a shot, just because I'm curious. So you're saying that not only will I break through the maw to the Imperium, but I will cover myself in glory as the conqueror of the raging warp. Forward! I'll see it to it, Lord Captain. The Emperor protects. Yes, he does. By the grace of the Emperor, I have been charged with chronicling the voyage that my blessed commander, Lord Captain Ignatius, intends to undertake through the turbid tract of the warp known as the maw. The thought of what lies ahead fills our soul with terror, but we all have faith in the light of the Emperor. May his protection be with us now. Charted course for expedition. Message from Astropathic Choir. Continue. Let's check out our charted course. Report from Navigator Sanctum. Lord Captain, we have locked onto the blessed light of the Astronomicon and are ready to make our first warp jump to the Hermitage. Once in the Void Station's orbit, we will carry out maintenance liturgies and, with luck, exchange information with other trade void ships there that are using that region as a rendezvous point. The second warp jump will be made by the witch-cursed world, that's a lovely name, a foul and lifeless planet, at which point we will assess the state of the vessel. A third warp jump is planned to Port Wander, where the Protector willing, we'll reach the vast expanse of the Imperium, and we will abide there in safety. Check out our message from the Astropathic Choir. Lord Captain, we once again draw your attention to the fact that the warp region of the maw is more turbulent than usual. The Diviner's vigil portends death for us, and much worse besides. This is not our first decade perceiving the void, and we have seen terrible storms, but none like this. We beseech you, please have mercy on us. If that be not your will, we stand ready to serve until the end. After offering up the requisite prayers, the crew received a Vox address from the blessed Lord Captain, in which our commander gave the order to initiate the jump to the Hermitage or announced that the expedition was abandoned. Let's go! Give the order to jump to the Hermitage. We made it to the Hermitage, an outcome made possible solely by the Emperor's mercy. The ship has been chewed up by the ravenous Imperium, and madness has taken root across our decks and stalks among us, staring us in the eyes. The vessel is in orbit around the station, thronged by thousands of silent satellites, the jettisoned bodies of the dead. Medicase test succeeded. I spent the entire jump in the murky depths of the Astropathic Choir Bay, where the acolytes of the ship's surgeon walked back and forth in silence. After singing the healing liturgy, from beginning to end, they marched among the psykers, who had been medicated into unconsciousness. Any psyker who awoke, often with the howl of horror, was quickly pacified with a sharp jab from an electrified baton. But my attention was wholly captured by Adira Talas. Gripping the shoulders of each astropath in turn, and staring into their eyes, she compelled the raving psykers to collapse with a visceral cry, curling up on the deck with all thought of resistance gone from their minds. How many did she save? How many would have perished without her? Every moment now, I hear a voice full of vehement ire. It is the voice of the angel of the Emperor. It is so ferocious, my very blood fears it. Fleeing my body through my ears and eyes and nose, the angel bade me compile a picked chronicle of the horrors recorded by the servo skulls in the ship's bays. May whoever finds it know the torments we suffered before death. Damage taken during Destiny 62. Incident report. Agency report, Hermitage Station status report. We'll check out the incident report. This is interesting to me. And are we going to have to go back through this again when we want to get back to the Koronus Expanse? I don't know. I don't think this is actually a wise choice, which is why I saved beforehand. I saw a picked recording made on various decks with my own eyes. With horror and avid curiosity, I relished each bloody detail, drinking in the stream of chaotic, incomprehensible scenes. Nameless dread blossomed in my soul. I saw a bloody massacre in the Enginarium. People armed with tools bashing each other's heads in. I saw a deck full of violently convulsing bodies covered in a layer of mold and sprouting grotesque fungi. I witnessed a crowd of crew members walk towards an opening airlock with mindless, exultant smiles on their faces, and be caught a moment later on a wave of air and wrenched out into the cold embrace of nothingness. With my own eyes, I saw a gunner steadily hitting a large caliber shell with a wrench, and inside a cogitator, I could just make out the bloody remains of an engine sear, impossibly squeezed in among the tangled wires. So much horror, so little hope. Never actually done this part? Yeah, I'm curious. Because obviously the game doesn't want us to go to the Imperium, but it's there. So it's like, I've got to try it. But probably gonna reload the save afterwards. Engine Seer's report. Report from Engine Seer deck. My lord, it grieves me to report the demise of 27.61% of the blessed machine spirits entrusted to my care. Reactors 2 and 3 require expedited burials, and the deck's crew held a vigil in their memory. The servitors have logged at least 11 breaches in the whole exterior, and at least 3 in the whole interior. With my lord's gracious permission, I will endeavor to save what can still be saved. The Omnissiah knows all, comprehends all. Alright, the Hermitage Station status report. Scouting expedition report. I don't know how they haven't gone crazy yet. Sitting in the middle of this warp storm, there are around 1,000 people there, a few hundred outcasts and anchorites living permanently on the station, and the crew of a trading vessel that barely made it as far as the Hermitage and won't be departing ever again. It seems they spend whole days sitting under their crystal dome praying, eating ration packs, and watching as reality loses its mind. They say the Emperor will protect them against the coming tempest. Of course they do. He is the only thing they can trust in now. For them, there is nowhere else to turn. We offered them passage on our ship. Not one of them said yes. Mad, all of them. When the message came through the Voxnet, I struggled to hear it over the whispering of the angel in my ears. My honorable lord gave the order to make the jump. Warp jump to the witch-cursed world or return to Footfall. Forward! We are at the witch-cursed world, the place where we are doomed to perish. That is what the Emperor's angel told me. His voice almost impossible to bear. It bade me record every drop of sorrow. My chronicle will spread his word through the warp and sow terror in all who come to know of our dire voyage. So speaks the angel, and my own thoughts are so muddled that all I can do now is submit and bear witness. Persuasion test succeeded. Cassia, again, we had 116% chance to succeed. As soon as the ship exited the warp, thousands of crew members assembled into teams, launched into repairing the major areas of damage. The will of our fearless Lord Captain drove them, and in that moment, I deeply envied their resolve. Lord Captain's honorable companion, Heinrich von Kallax, personally led the ship's hands to the most seriously damaged decks. First, he admonished the cowardly crew members who refused to do their duty, and then he banished the fear from their hearts with a single shot. Verily, the man's mercy is great indeed. Oh, that one we didn't have a 100% chance. That's kind of shocking. I left the astropathic choir bay and spent this jump in the navigator sanctum. Though the number of casualties was high there, many managed to survive, including me. Furthermore, when the malevolent tentacles of the warp reached into our souls and a bloody inscription in an unholy language began to appear on the bulkhead, the Emperor granted me the blessings of bearing witness to a miracle. Sister Argenta, entirely undaunted, marched up to the bulkhead and erased the words with a fearless swipe of her hand. She turned to us with a smile and said, "It is only blood. Do not fear the Imperium, for its nightmares are nothing before the Emperor's light." In that moment, I had faith that all was not lost yet. Today, I believe I was mistaken. The losses and damage are enormous. They say there was a mutiny. The Master Hellman reports that the odds of surviving another jump forward are 0. The odds of a successful jump backwards are also 0, but 11. The second 0 is slightly less definitive. Internal systems are failing. Cogitators are experiencing periodic fail. Stop it, I'm afraid. Dude, failure. Damage taken, 56. Perfect. We can open history and close history. What does that mean? Situation report of the Witch-Cursed World. Incident report, navigational forecast. Report from the ship's confessor. Let's click that. Okay, that's just what it says, the history. Okay. Let's check out the situation at the Witch-Cursed World. Engineer Avalier's report from Augur Station 12. We must not make planetfall. I know what I saw, and no, we must not set down on the planet. It is not because the wind could tear the hull off the landing shuttle in the blink of an eye, or because the temperature on the surface fluctuates between red-hot plasma and absolute zero. No, it's because planets do not have faces, but this one did. A vast face of jagged plateaus, eyes of fiery tornadoes, and a mouth made from a crater half a continent across. And I saw that that face smiling at me. It saw me, it saw all of us. We must not make planetfall. Emperor, have mercy on us. Addendum. Engineer Avalier was executed 4 hours after submitting this report for fomenting panic among the crew. Incident report. The Pic Chronicle recorded by the eyes of the servo skulls made my heart stutter. In horror, I watched as a crewman, who seemed perfectly healthy, struggled against the shackles pinning him to an operating table, and a group of doctors, whispering excitedly amongst themselves, drew out their steel surgical instruments and eagerly began cutting into his flesh. I cried out as I watched the engineers burning holy incense and chanting the prayer to weaken the plasma generator's machine spirit. A young acolyte, his heart wavering, accidentally disrupted the liturgy, releasing the motive force into the power circuit before it was time, and my poor eyes were blinded by the white light of the explosion. After that, I was silent, for that was the only way I could continue to watch. Technomats in dirty coveralls reverentially poured chalices of blood onto the base of a macabre tree. A weapon pointed upward, its supports outspread like branches, and hanging from them like ripe fruit were the bodies of the bay's officers. After tossing aside his discharged lasgun, a priest brought his fingers to his bleeding ears and then daubed these crimson words on the bulkhead. Don't listen to him. He is no angel. Who is he talking to? Me? Scarlet roses, their buds bleeding, were growing through the bulkhead, which were covered with patches of rot. Crew members in black uniforms incinerated them with flamethrowers, weeping black tears and roaring with maniacal laughter. A string of people silently entered an airlock above which was written Hangar C-11-2 and were lost to the darkness. As the deputy Carto Artifacts, I know the ship's layout well. There has never been a Hangar C-11-2. The unknown has touched our vessel, has taken root in it, and now we are all in the clutches of the Imperium. Navigational forecast. Report from Navigator Sanctum. Lord Captain, the crew of the Navigator Sanctum have virtually lost the light of the Astronomicon. Our only hope is to retrace our steps, Terror, both in our thoughts and in our pain. Save us or lead us to our deaths. We will follow you no matter what. Report from the ship's confessor. Master's report. Stop. The rousing speech from Lord Captain, which was broadcast over the Vox system, inspired the crew, who promptly broke into teams to repair the primary systems. The volunteers, all departed, were later lauded in prayer. Over the static and howling of the unholy warp spirits that had infiltrated our Vox systems, we heard the voice of our Lord Captain, who ordered us to make the warp jump to Port Wander. Senior officers from all decks gave a general report to my blessed Lord Captain. According to the assessment of all the ship's services, the chances of a favorable outcome of a jump to Port Wander were 0. On behalf of the entire crew, they declared that serving under our glorious commander had been an honor, and if it was his will, they were ready to forge onward and meet their deaths. Glory to House von Valencius and its valiant servants. We were all prepared to die that very hour, and then the Lord Captain bade us die or praise the Emperor, for we are going home. I'm hoping going home means going back to the Empire, rather than turn around and run. It's not clear. But yes, praise the Emperor, for we are going home. No, we're not jumping back to the Hermitage. Come on. No. Come on, game. You can't give me 2 unclear options and then punish me for choosing the wrong one. Lord Captain, warp jump to the Hermitage cannot be calculated. We cannot detect its shadow within the sacred radiance of the Astronomicon. The warp storms are obstructing everything. We think our only chance is to make a longer jump to footfall. Our chances of survival are low, but not non-existent, the Emperor preserve us. Like, I didn't want to just say, the Lord Captain says to die. I wanted to push forward and see what happens, which may have been our deaths. Ugh. Our path has become clear. Footfall was our destination. Warp jump is complete. We are still ourselves and we are alive, although only 1/10 of those who set out on this expedition remain. But we've seen everything, and now nothing can dent the crew's spirit. I cannot say the same for my own. The left side was engulfed in a terrible fire, threatening to undermine the main caliber arsenal chambers. Holding tighter to their faith, the crew members responded as one to the harsh voice of our illustrious captain and rushed to save what remained of the vessel. The angel no longer speaks to me, and a strange emptiness has settled within my soul. Carrying this deficiency inside me is unbearable. Here ends my chronicle. My duty has been fulfilled. I will append a report about the sorry state of the ship after I go to the engine seers to request voluntary servitorization. The Emperor protects. Ship status report. The warp is a sly and insidious beast, Lord Captain. We are ready to acknowledge that now. It was pleased that we admitted our defeat. That is why it let us come back. And we believe there can be only one reason for that. An even worse fate awaits us here. Master Steward's report. Crew loss 87% due to the death of the acting mechanic on the engine seer deck. I'm reporting that the damage to the ship is widespread and all-encompassing. We are running diagnostics now. Thanks to the ship's confessor, reading extracts from the Code of Punishment over the Vox system, the emergency repairs were completed much sooner and the ship's critical node saved. Report on crew morale. Report from Deck 1, Senior Officer Fount. We are voidsmen, sir. We know we will die long before we ever get a chance to soil ourselves in our sickbed. We know our trade. We conquered the void, discovered stars, ship freight, and plunder forgotten planets, and we die. We die in ways so horrible that most people can't ever even imagine such a death. Well, we've gone to a place others fear to even think about, and we've come back from there along with our Lord Captain. Next time the warp tries to play its games, we'll tell it. What else do you have to throw at us? Report on the reactorium incident. Master Helmsman's report. I'd be willing to swear that Generator 6's power circuit unit was switched off when we began the warp jump. There were cracks in the casing and enclosure was damaged. We would never start up that piece of junk. It would have blown in seconds, and I have no idea how it switched itself on. No one from the crew touched it. When the last generator failed, the energy supply should have been cut off, but number 6 continued to run. It dragged us along for 18 minutes, even though it should have exploded after 18 milliseconds. I don't know how that happened. The Emperor protects. So if we look at our ship now, yeah, so we've taken a ton of damage. But is there actually any indicator of penalties for that? Besides just all the damage we took. I don't know. I'm not going to keep it. Let's reload. I'm inclined to go again to the die part and try clicking the die to see what happens. We'll just quickly jump through. Because I was wanting to push on. And so I have to see. So let's just click all the buttons. Hopefully we're getting the same successes and failures. Okay. Lord Captain bade us to die. Huddled next to the Voxcaster, I, First Deputy Carto Artifacts, Sebulon Primix, scream into it, hoping that my voice will, by some miracle, break through the turbulent abyss of the Imperium into the real world. The Voxmaster is dead. Virtually everyone is dead. And I, disregarding the sacred Vox system protocol, scream my dispatch over and over. All Imperial vessels, help! We are dying, dying. We're dying. Stop it, stop it. I'm afraid, 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 afraid. Here ends the chronicle, which was discovered in the ruins of a ship expelled from the warp. Okay, so that's what happens if you push on. Now we know. Yeah, I was assuming they wouldn't actually let us get back to the the Imperium. But it was interesting to try. I guess we need to go back to Dargonus for a couple of things. We have that quest for the Navis Nobilite, as well as now we can turn in Jaya's stamped form. So let's warp here. Then go back up here to Janus. Now I feel a little bad that this saved game I've spent the 2 points making that path safer. But oh well. I don't feel that bad about it. But we are down 2 points that I didn't need to spend. Okay, let's head on into Mundus Valancius. Colony reward. Okay, we finished the restoration, which has raised our efficiency, complacency, and security. Dropped our profit factor, but increased our people by 3. Cool. Next project. Okay, now we can see what our rank 2 options are, which we couldn't see before we chose these. So I don't know if these are specifically tied to, or if these rank 2 are tied to which of these we chose, maybe. Genetic memory. The genetic purges will be stopped. This world needs working hands. Or genetic mercy, not... Yeah. So it just increases our people by 4. Not a bad call. Costs nothing. Decree on diligence. Issuing this decree will significantly tighten production quotas, dooming laggards to being processed into corpse starch, which will encourage the most diligent servants. Wow. That'll reduce our people by 3. Raise our efficiency and give us more provisions, but lower our complacency. Doctrine of rationality will cost us 2 people. According to the new doctrine, the disenfranchised will be servitorized or disposed of through hazardous work, which will raise our efficiency by 3. Are these raising just here or across? Looks like they're all just for here. So not across our entire realm. This one raises security everywhere for all colonies. More and more ships arrive in orbit around Dargonus. The agreement with the Navy allows the deployment of a permanent dock for warships and repositories for the Navy's property. That sounds fine. Blocks filth of expanse. Costs us 2 promethium, we have 9, and 3 plasteel, we have 18. Yeah, there's an extra symbol if it applies to all. Yep. This will give us Pirate's Bane features, plus 5% to critical hit chance against pirates. Cool. Escort ship. The Rogue Trader's flagship is escorted by an armed frigate. Just always? We just permanently have a second ship on the field whenever we get into fights? If I'm understanding that correctly, that sounds great. Increased reputation with the Navy sounds good. Security goes up everywhere by 1 sounds great, and 4 weapons. This sounds really good. What is Filth of Expanse? Because it's blocked by that one. More and more ships arrive in orbit around Dargonus. The reduction of duties and the reining in of customs will allow the black market to flourish, able to compete directly with Footfall. It'll cost provisions. We gain the Master Raider feature, plus 20% scrap for winning space battles. Rogue Trader ship is escorted by a pirate frigate. No. More profit factor, less security, and more relationship with the Fellowship of the Void. No, definitely Shield of the Emperor is more the direction we're going than aiding the pirates and building our own xeno trade, black market, whatever. What about you guys? We need Fellowship of the Void. Convicts will be secretly resold to the pirates of the Koronus Expanse. No. Casabelican Mission is ready to run a secret auction on Dargonus with illegal lots, provided the rogue trader's dynasty guarantees its protection. Both of those sound awful. I mean, that's not as bad as convicts being sold off as slaves to pirates. We're going to go with Shield of the Emperor as our first project here. Well, then we'll probably do some of these as well. Maybe. Are these blocked by... No, so this requires one of the two to be built. And we're going to go with Shield of the Emperor. This one requires Shield of the Emperor. This one requires Filth of Expanse. Season of Wars. As population of Dargonus grows, the old ways must be improved upon. The most audacious underhive gangs will form the planet's new elite. No. By leaving them to fight for territory, the rogue trader will be able to select the most vicious servants. No. Deptus Arbites. As the population of Dargonus grows, the old ways must be improved upon. The creation of fortresses of justice will establish the rule of law and attract reliable merchants and partners. I have no problem with that. And guilds, which can be done with either. As the population of Dargonus grows, the old ways must be improved upon, allowing the artisans to unite in guilds in order to protect their rights and control entire hive segments will cause an explosive growth of industry. This in turn will bring about devastating storms and acid rain pouring down from the poisoned atmosphere. I mean, that sounded good at the start. Cost Promethium and Plasteel will give us more grenades, efficiency, and some mechanisms. This one will give us healing when we use Heroic Axe, relationship with the Imperial Navy, and more security. This one's actually not that good, like value-wise. All allies gain plus 5% melee damage and 20% damage to their attacks of opportunity. Yeah, just not going to go with that one. Anyway, Shield of the Emperor. Go for it. So we've got Administratum, our throne room, or the palace. Let's go to the throne room, because it's saying go to the palace, which is what I did last time, and that took us all the way to the very bottom of the palace area, and we had to walk all the way up to the throne room. So let's just go to the throne room, even though that's not where it's telling me to go. And again, we will bring Jai, because she's tied to that quest, as well as Cassia, because her quest. Alright, much better. No, don't close the door, please. Oh, come on. I was not trying to click on the door, I was trying to click through the door. Alright. Oh, I guess we need to go to the Administratum for Jai. Let's deal with that, because that's the ongoing story we've been working on. Your Lordship, Clementia looks at you away from her days late. I hope your stay on Dargonus will be beneficial to your physical and mental state. I understand that the heir to a protectorate must have his hands full, but one shouldn't forget about rest. I'll take my leave. We'll deal with Cassia's stuff later. Right, so for this we need to go back to the Administratum. back here. Administratum. All right, we've got all the forms properly signed.
About time.
So will you finally give us the paperwork? Ah, Ignatius von Valentius, you have returned. I hope the sacred document I entrusted to you last time has now successfully passed through the approval procedure. Remind me what you need me to do, remind me who you are. Here's your paper, complete with seals. The ocular lens on the woman's nose emits a subtle hum as she adjusts the magnification. Yes, oh yes, indeed, it is perfect. The seals are authentic, so we may continue with the certification procedure. Follow me, please. Ah, this was the room that we didn't know how to get into before. Oh dear. Please tell me it's not wait in line for 100 years. This is your queue, and your ticket number is... The old woman's ocular lens hums as she zooms in on the paper in her hand. 394. When it is your turn to be seen, the ranking prefect will review your documentation again and sign the official certification for Jai Haidari to possess a Mercantum Tabula Officiale. You will have a bit of a wait, but it will be worth it in the end, yes? Welcome to queuing, yes. Is this some kind of joke? I'm the rogue trader and sovereign of this world. I do not queue. If I must queue, then queue I shall. Or address Jai. I'm sick of this. Handle your problems yourself, Jai. Is this some kind of joke? The Master of Seals peers at you over her ocular lenses. Hardly. In accordance with Decree DA-58, Clause 201, citizens of the capital world of the Von Valentius Protectorate must submit their petitions at one of the assigned windows of the waiting hall. The decree makes no mention of the rogue trader being exempt from this rule. Yes, but it also doesn't state that we have to wait in line. Ha, gotcha there. Just says I have to submit at the window. I am the rogue trader and sovereign of this world. I do not queue. Under the Lex Imperialis, your rights and privileges as rogue trader come into effect only after your official ascension ceremony. Until then, you are just another humble subject of the Von Valentius Protectorate. I mean, that's fair. We are not actually officially the rogue trader yet. Now I shall return after the official ceremony. Do not even think of obstructing me until then. The official ceremony is going to be a ways away. Coercion, do you really want to get on my bad side? I mean, there's no harm in queuing, unless it's ridiculous, like, okay, 3 years later, or something. But if it's, you know, wait in line for 5 hours, fine. I'm gonna assume the queuing is fine. In real life, I would go mad, but in the game, I'm hoping they pop up a box, you know, 2 hours past. If I must queue, then queue I shall. And I bid you a good day. May the law and the Emperor keep you. There's no way in 40k queuing is okay. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, petitioner. Your face looks familiar. Look at them all dressed up. Yeah, can I... What do I do here? Surely I guess we'll look around. We've got our queue number. The crowd hums and surges like the sea in foul weather. The smell of unwashed bodies, ancient parchment work, and stuff. Ink assaults your nose. For many petitioners, this is not their first cycle waiting to be seen. Is cycle day then, not month? What is our queue number? $394. Okay, cycle is days. Okay. 394. I feel like that's a Harry Potter reference. Someone who is... Yeah. That's the page that Snape has them turn to. Turn to page 394. Bit of a Harry Potter nerd. So, could be coincidence, but I suspect not. Task list for current work turn. 1. Compose an order for the servitorization of 90% of the population of Asteroid Mining Station VMK-498 for the purpose of increasing productivity. Prepare a set of documents for the reclassification of the world Vibos 6 as a penal colony on the orders of Her Ladyship Theodora von Valencius. Interesting. That's the world we're supposed to go check out because it's being attacked by pirates. It's a mining colony now, according to that governor. Task the newly appointed adepts of the Administratum with conducting a review of all unresolved petitions in the last 5,999 cycles. Make a big mug of recaf. One of those seems less important than the others.
I'll lay claim to the stars.
Guardian of Order. Lots of petitioners around. Some more goods to grab. Addendum 32-4 to Addendum 874-BA7 to document NXC 4026-82. An addendum to another document. Perfect. T regiments of the Astra Militarum sent to the frozen world of Xenagar II required supplies of warm clothing, footwear, and snowshoes for a successful combat maneuver, with the further offensive against the enemies of humanity and the Emperor. Due to a gross error by a low-ranking adept of the Adeptus Administratum, instead of the aforementioned supplies, soldiers received 800 cryobanks, resulting in the death by freezing of the majority of the troops before the commencement of the mission of retribution. For the purpose of improving efficiency, the adept responsible was subjected to servitude in perpetuitas, as a result of which he is now discharging his duties flawlessly. Yeah, if you turn everyone into servitors, then everyone is far more efficient. But unfortunately, your population is all servitors.
Victory awaits!
Oh, so this is where we go to take our place in the queue. When we're ready. Perfect. Bundles of wires have been ripped out of the servitor's neck, and a yellow fluid is seeping from its damaged joints. How angry would a person have to be to do this? Probably reasonably angry. So we can't get over there at all.
Pay attention.
Oh, pay attention to what? Some goods. Hey, you have a name. Medkit, stim, multi-key. Perfect. I can't click on you, though. You have a name. You're not just petitioner. Like, you specifically highlight. Odd.
I won't tolerate weakness.
And I think we already... Oh, we can't get over there at all. Just making sure I'm not missing anywhere that we can go. And that's where we came from. Okay. I think all we have left to do is... Oh, we've got some goods. Don't want to miss those. We check the map. Alright, looks like we don't have any goods we've missed. So let's take our place in queue. The queue hums with thousands of voices. Someone has rolled out bedding and is settling down to sleep. Someone is playing some bizarre musical instrument. Many are praying. Several highborn petitioners are debating who is here on the most important business. You have to admit, the magnificent administrative machinery of the Imperium isn't without its rough edges. Jai smiles sheepishly, eyeing the queue. But what a thrilling adventure this is turning out to be, Shireen. I've never seen anything like it before, and sometimes it's good to take a break from constant traveling, and to give all the hot-blooded newcomers a chance to cover themselves in glory without us in the way. Yawn, scratch the back of your neck, count the people in the queue, order your servants to prepare a waiting area befitting a rogue trader, or wait patiently. Let's count the people in the queue. The people are constantly moving, coming and going, changing places, or simply disappearing from view. On your first attempt, you count 238 petitioners. On your second attempt, you count 244. On your third attempt, the next batch of unlucky souls is ushered into the hall and you lose count. Yawn. The minutes drag by intolerably slowly. Somewhere in the queue, a child is howling at the top of its lungs. The palace adepts are sedately moving documents from one pile to another, shuffling papers. Several petitioners have gathered in a huddle and are swapping rumors while someone has laid down for a nap on a nearby bench. Scratch the back of our neck. You have whiled away 30 seconds of your wait. You wonder how long you have left to go. We're not going to order our servants to prepare a waiting area befitting of a rogue trader. Just wait patiently. 8 hours. That's not terrible. In the last 8 hours, the only thing that has changed is the waiting hall. Changed in the waiting hall is the warden shift. The petitioners in the queue placidly await the blessed hour when their appeal will be heard by a high-ranking servant of the Imperium. The entire queue perks up at a sudden announcement. Number 285, proceed to the available window. Throne, take me. What torturous trial have we let ourselves in for? Jai almost wails in despair. So much precious time lost, and we've only moved 3 places ahead. At this rate, we'll be old and gray before we get out of this queue. Shireen? Yeah, we're 100 and some odd away. Only 3 places have moved in 8 hours? Do not forget you are the reason we are here. Do you have a better idea? I've had it with this bureaucratic nonsense. We're leaving. Do not forget you are the reason we are here. And that was the will of the Exalted One, Shireen. Jai throws up her arms and lowers her head. And the Exalted One has granted me insight as to how, with a simple wave of your hand and a few wise words, we can ease our arduous weight. The simplest way is to make these lowly subjects bow down before the blinding radiance of our title, Shireen. The second option requires a little more patience. I've already found our first victim. The compassionate citizen who is standing 50 paces ahead of us in the queue. Simply offer the right words to unlock his heart, and he will gladly swap tickets with you. And also, you have the power to solve the problem of some petitioners removing their need to visit a coveted window. After all, is there anything an ordinary citizen could want that is beyond the power of the Conqueror of the Stars to grant? Solve the problems of the common people. Frighten the people. Those worms should bow down in terror before their master and let us through. Whatever you're thinking, do it. Address the tender-hearted man. Man. The idea of convincing someone 50 places ahead of us, if it takes 8 hours for 3 people to move, someone who's 50 places ahead of us has been here for days. And just be like, hey, do you want to swap tickets? I'm the rogue trader. Like, who knows how important his task is compared to her just wanting legal documentation to be a merchant. Open fire on the crowd. Why go to any effort when I can simply shoot everyone here? Wow. Want to consider everything again. Let's try and solve the problems of the common people. If there are simple things that we can take care of, that seems like the easiest route. A wise decision, Shireen. Cold traders always say, if you can solve a problem with hard cash, then that's just the cost of doing business. Jai gives you a conspiratorial wink and backs away slightly. Oh, exalted one. Could today be my lucky day? No longer will I have to stand in this hall, waiting day and night for my turn to come. For this kind lord of House von Valencius is a benefactor of the downtrodden, and he has solved my problem. Esteemed lord, take pity on the poor youth as well. I will give you everything I have, I swear, before the Emperor. Only help me solve my problem. Can you give me your ticket number? We do not need everything, poor wretch. Only your place in the queue. Listen to the young man. I shall do everything in my power. Emperor, grant me patience. Your paltry problems are no concern of mine. Be gone. Let's listen to the young man. The young man is worn work overalls, comports himself with unusual grace for a commoner. My lord, I've been in this queue for 24 moons already. 24 moons. Wow. Trying to get permission slip to wed my fiancée Zazie. Unfortunately, the servants of the Administratum refused to grant it without the signature of a highborn sponsor. Strange petitioner, out of my way, elbowing aside onlookers left and right. A richly dressed lady with a beauty mark augment above her lip charges toward you. Esteemed lord, my 8th offspring has lost his mind. He has decided to renounce his family, his noble title, and his talent as a healer, all for the sake of some tattered waif from the middle levels. A union with a commoner will put an end to his studies at the university. But should Dargonus and the officio medicae be deprived of a capable chirurgeon because of a passing fancy? Zazie is a healer too, and she helps the people of the hive a great deal more than any lily-white chirurgeon with a diploma. I don't want to live a life of idleness in the spires of Dargonus like you, not when I know there are thousands of unfortunate people in the lower levels who need my help. Okay, so he wants to get married to another healer who's actually helping the people, but he's got the potential to be a high-ranking chirurgeon up in the spires, and that's what his family name is known for. I have no interest in your little drama. I will sign the paper if you require a sponsor. The lives of commoners hold no value. When you finish university, you will be qualified to save those who are truly worthy. I mean, there's some truth to that. The Imperium has so many people that they don't care about the low-level people who are just there to be used to keep the upper levels of the Imperium continuing. In the name of House von Valencius, I hereby make your fiancée a lady of the court and release her from any obligations thereto. So I can just make her a noble, but not have any sort of obligations, just so that she meets the requirements of this family. You wish to study alongside your beloved? Very well. I hereby grant you ownership of the Dargonus University of Medicae. You may admit anyone you like. I mean, no. Drops profit factor. No. That's a bit crazy. I mean, this is essentially saying, I make your fiancée in a position where she can attend the medical school with you and be in a position where she meets the requirements to marry. Also, 8th offspring, going so crazy. Like, if it was your firstborn, saying that, yeah, my firstborn needs to follow along in our steps to be this high noble, etc. But 8th offspring, being that particular about what all of your children do is a bit crazy. So we can just make his... Yeah. The problem is that his union to a commoner will put an end to his studies. And he won't be able to reach that high place. So yeah, we'll just make her a lady of the court with no positions, no obligations, but technically a noble. Problem solved for everyone. Rather than him having to be disinherited, if he is a qualified and good Medicae who would be useful on the upper levels, then let's just let his fiancée also join him up there. Why not? The young man spends several seconds opening and closing his mouth in shock. That means our marriage will finally be certified? And Zansi will be able to become a chirurgeon now too. I don't know how to thank you. My lord, here, please take my place. I will return later, this time with my fiancée. You're welcome. Everyone's happy, except there's just suddenly a new noble. You have an interesting way of doing business, Shireen. I'll keep that in mind. Jai's shrewd eyes are alight with interest as she watches the young petitioner leave. After allowing you a brief pause, a hunched ragamuffin approaches you. The old man's toothless mouth breathes out a putrefying cloud of air as he speaks only 3 words. Death for life. Okay. Jai peers over the man's shoulders to read his crumpled form. You are here to request mortification so that your organs go to your granddaughter as an inheritance. She will hardly want your worn-out body parts, old-timer. The ragged man shakes his head and covers his face with his wrinkled hands. Servitor disposal. I think you're probably too old to be useful as a servitor either. Awareness test succeeded. Only now do you notice the tattoo on his right hands, the symbol of the Adeptus Administratum, and several interlocking chains. It seems this old fellow is the property of a prefect of this place, of this palace. Jai looks at the man's form again and rears back in horror. The granddaughter of this poor wretch was turned into a servitor 16 Dargonus years ago, and after a recent accident, she was listed for disposal. And now this old man is volunteering to be spare parts for a soulless tin can. May the Exalted One keep me from such a fate. Okay. So his granddaughter was turned into a servitor, but an accident is made so that she's about to be disposed. He wants to give up his organs now that he's near death to fix her so that she can continue on as a servitor rather than being destroyed. Sacrifice will mean nothing to a servitor. You do realize that. I will have my people buy your granddaughter's release and see to your welfare. I mean, that's the nice option. We'd have to pay for her to get fixed, and we'd be paying for his welfare for however long he lives. You don't have to die, old man. If she has been taken out of service, then the time has come to release her. I think that's just telling him to stop focusing on her if she's already effectively dead at this point. I'll give the order for your granddaughter to be repaired, but if you wish to be with her forever, you will also be subject to servitude imperpetuous. That word is just not... It's not good. Just can't pull it off. How dare you, a prefix property, try to make use of its own life? Get away, back to your master. I mean, that's also fair. This man is owned. Where's our awareness test? I don't see where our awareness test happened. Am I just missing it? Here. Only now you notice the tattoo on his right hand. Seems this fellow is property of a prefect of this palace. So if we do anything with this old man without checking with the prefect, we are potentially damaging property of someone else. Granted, it's a person, but this is 40k. I'm going to start with this one. It's a question, which means I'm not giving an answer. At least that's how I am reading this. Your sacrifice will mean nothing to a servitor. You do realize that. The old man's toothless mouth opens in pain, seemingly splitting his face in two, and his salty tears well in his time-worn eyes. Yeah. I mean, I guess the question is, which I don't think we have a solid answer, is his granddaughter also owned by the same prefect? Because if we effectively give the prefect an old servitor that was damaged back to him repaired, and give him this guy who's dying as a servitor, that feels like a better value to him, so he won't be upset. Because telling him to get back to his master is probably the correct answer, but it feels harsh. This one feels harsh as well, but nicer. Yeah, I'm gonna go with this one. It feels... yeah, it feels the best. This is probably the most dogmatic. This one feels okay. I'll give the order for your granddaughter to be repaired, but if you wish to be with her forever, you will also be subject to servitude in perpetuous. The old man nods in understanding. Yes, I understand. Emperor, watch over you. Sorry, old man, but it's kind of your choice. Interesting. So that is how the ruler of worlds and all the stars in the sky act when he finds an unfortunate on the edge of his magnificent orbit. Jai nods pensively and beckons to the next petitioner forward. A mature woman in finely made but threadbare dress greets you. I heard you were helping those in need. Well, my family, it's devastated. My life's work, oh, my shop's selling rare hats, burnt to ashes. I'm living out my last years as a widow, alone in a cold, deserted manor, without servants, diversions, or delicacies befitting my status. The woman falls silent, her brow raised in expectation of your response. Okay. I suppose you must remarry then. I shall have my people select the best spouse for you. Ha! This should suffice to cover your expenses. 3 profit factor. Do you know how much profit factor is worth? Like a rogue trader's profit factor, to lose 3 to help her live happier? No. Perhaps I can rebuild this hat shop of yours. And what you want is a life that is meaningless and full of despair? Perhaps it is time you turn to faith, sister. I like that one a lot. The remarry, I think, was fine. But, you know, seems the Emperor has a new path for you. What do you want is a life full of that is meaningless and full of despair? Perhaps it's time you turn to faith, sister. The woman's eyes go round in surprise. Why, I think you're right. What do I want with a tumble-down manor house full of rats? And a depressing view from the window. Well, life is I have dreamt of interplanetary travel. A pilgrimage, that's it. I'll sell the house and what's left of the shop. I'll buy a one-way ticket, and Emperor willing, I will die happy before my savings run out. For the Emperor. Wow, this line is just never ending. Three more hours passed as we deal with helping people. Well, that was amusing. I paid off the last few onlookers who were willing to give up their place. It's a pity they aren't all so amenable. Jai inspects the ticket she now holds and nods with satisfaction. We've moved forward considerably in the queue, Shireen. But you aren't ready to stop there, are you? I'll be honest, Shireen. I already tried to convince Heinrich to use his interrogators, Rosette, with sweet words and pretty songs. I cajoled and wheedled, but he remains unmoved, like a rock whipped by the winds. Perhaps he will be more amenable to a request from you. No. In the same way that us barging forward using our rogue trader status feels wrong, having an interrogator of the Inquisition use his interrogator's rosette is also just not... This is not what it's for. Wait patiently. We need to move forward faster. Use your tricks. Open fire on the crowd. Do I want to ask her to use her tricks? It's super unclear what that means, and so I'm nervous. So I'm going to just say wait patiently. We've moved up significantly. It's probably fine. 8 more hours. Another 8 planetary hours go by. The queue has hardly moved. The adept in the next window was dealing with rebelling machine spirits in his cogitator, so the petitioners from that queue were diverted to the middle of yours. Shireen, you're a saint. Have I told you that before? You must be, because I don't see any other reason why you would show such fervent but senseless patience. Can't we hurry things along? I think it's going to force me to use the tricks. Or give up. Since wait patiently is now... grayed out, it's the wrong term, but that's the term I'm going to use. Alright, use your tricks. Let's move things along faster. I'd prefer to call it my wisdom, learned through many years of experience, but I don't care about it. The precise wording just now. How do you wish to proceed then, Shireen? Coercion, which we have a 100% chance to succeed. Heinrichs, this is a perfect opportunity to make use of your privileged status. After all, you do not wish to spend your mission for several cycles, do you? Frighten the people. These worms should bow down in terror before their master and let us through. Whatever you're thinking, do it. Address the tender-hearted man. Let's address a tender-hearted man. I don't want to frighten the people. I don't want to just give her freedom to do whatever she wants, because that's scary. And I don't want to try and get Heinrichs, though I would almost certainly succeed with that coercion. Having him use his rosette feels wrong. So, address the tender-hearted man. Oh, it's the guy who had a name. Jai catches your eye and lays her hand on the shoulder of the weary-looking man. May the Emperor illuminate your path, brother. I am Jai, and this is Ignatius. We've been in the queue so long already. We're all practically family now. Won't you tell us what brought you to the Palace of Order? The man starts in surprise. Menace, yeah. Yes. Fly to the throne, bless you. My name is Menace de Pierre. I have been here a month already. I've tried everything I can to get through to that window. Nothing worked. My poor Elena. She's my daughter, my flesh and blood. They detained her on Vivo 6. Charged her. Can you believe it? The charges were false. That's how our administratum operates. Menace covers his mouth and glances around fearfully. I've said too much. I do apologize. It's my nerves. My nerves. I just keep thinking about her there on Vivos, shackled down in the mines. My poor Elena. A delicate as a flower she is. She's got weak lungs, you understand. Always coughing, and her now down in the mines. All that dust and muck. She won't cope with it. She won't. She was acquitted 2 years ago, but to get the papers certified and the seal... So much time has passed, and now here I am, standing, waiting. It doesn't matter. At the rate this queue's moving, it'll be 10 cycles or more before our numbers come up. What was your daughter accused of? I do not think your daughter would mind if you let the rogue trader go ahead of you. I'm sorry about your daughter, but it will not... If you do not let me pass tomorrow, 50 Dargonian orphans will die. Whoa. Why don't I simply pay you and give me your place in the queue? I mean, he cares about his daughter. I don't think giving him money will necessarily meet what he's wanting. What was your daughter accused of? Falsely accused. Falsely accused. She was slandered. They said she deliberately poisoned a whole room of highborn folk with cakes. Have you ever heard the like of it? These nobles don't even make as far as the privy. Panic, outrage, scandal. And so what? It was their own fault, that's what. A crate of fine Calixian wine was found. Ha! And the smugglers were found too. And what did the smugglers do? They framed someone else, and my daughter was charged. Of course, blame the smugglers. I mean, we intend to go to Vivo 6, so I was hoping there would be an option of, we'll go there and see her situation, if you give us your number, or something. I do not think your daughter would mind if you let the rogue trader go ahead of you. Mena's fleshy face tenses at your words. Well, the time, and I've been... Oh, of course. It would be an honor for the Depeer family. Please, go ahead, your lordship. I'm sorry, dude. We will go to Vivos soon. Not as smoothly done as it could have been, but you certainly have a style all your own, Shireen. What now? Wait 2 more hours. We've moved forward considerably in the queue, Shireen, but you aren't ready to stop there, are you? I don't want to have him use his rosette. I don't want to frighten the people. I'm not going to open fire on the crowd. So it's either we keep waiting or I give her freedom to do what she's thinking. Alright, whatever you're thinking, do it. Though you will have to answer for whatever harm you cause. You do not need to tell me twice, Shireen. All is fair in love and bureaucracy. No, did you hear that? The certification officers will only see petitioners who have a signed number ticket. Thanks be to the Exalted One, I managed to get one in the next queue over. Encouraging everyone to leave the queue to get them signed. Ha! No one told me about any tickets. I've been standing here 7 turns already. If these ashmags want to be tricked, I won't stop them. Jai smugly watches the agitated crowd whispering among themselves and jabbing at each other with sheaves of paper. We've moved forward considerably in the queue, Shireen, but you aren't ready to stop there, are you? Yeah, I'm not willing to do anything else, I don't think. Like, all we have left is frightening the people, which I don't want to do. Opening fire on the people, which I definitely don't want to do. Having Heinrichs use his privileged status, which I don't want to do. Or just wait patiently. Or give up. So I guess we'll just wait patiently. Surely we're close. The hum of activity returns to the queue. Petitioners exchange glances, clutching their paperwork. After a few seconds, you realize that the number being called out by the servo skulls for the 3rd time is the one on your ticket. Well, that went faster than I expected. We had a little bit of a wait, of course, but at times it was actually fun. Jai smiles wearily. One last seal. One more certification, and you'll be looking at official trade representative Jai Hidari. What are you waiting for, Shireen? Let's go. We have another couple of hours with the certification officer to get through. The amount of bureaucracy here is crazy. The certification officer leans over the document, his smoothly shaven head gleaming. His augmented ocular eyes whir as the lenses zoom in and out. With quiet scratching sounds, the cogita quills that serve in place of the officer's fingers make notes on the fine sheet of paper. The document is hereby certified, says the rasping voice through the metal jaw with integrated box. Return to the Master of Seals in order to proceed, and may his light and wisdom guard you. Next! Alright, finally.
A new challenge for me.
Master of Seals, it's been like 2 days, which, frankly, you should be shocked by, but we got everything signed. The Temple of Law and Order greets you, Ignatius von Valencius. You have returned with all the necessary paperwork, I presume. Here, all the seals placed by a certification officer. Wonderful. The Emperor blessed you with patience greater than apportioned to ordinary mortals. Allow me to verify the authenticity of your documents for the final time. The old woman holds the documents close so they are almost touching her nose. Her mechanical ocular lens is clicking incessantly. Yes, yes, confirmed. Everything is in order. And this one, the seal is smudged slightly. Jai's smile evaporates, revealing her true emotions. Void Scorpion, scratch out my eyes. What now, what? I suppose I can overlook it, given that the rest has been certified correctly and promptly. Congratulations, Jai Hidari. You are now the holder of Mercatum Tabula Officiale. Do not forget to repeat the certification process every 100 Terran cycles. Uphold the law of the Imperium proudly and honorably, in the words of the Koronus Expanse. And one more thing, loss of this certificate is a grievous transgression, Mr. Sadari. Lose the original document, and you will be unable to regain your status as an official trade representative, not even with the Rogue Trader's endorsement. Yes, esteemed Damar, give me the certificate already. Come on. Jai's eyes dart over the Mercatum Tabula Official and shine with delight. Praise the exalted one who saw me through all these trials, Shireen. This is something to tell the grandchildren about, how a humble mortal became a trade representative of the Imperium. Let's not bother the Damar any longer, Shireen. Why don't we discuss our next steps on the ship? Dude. That was a lot.
None shall stand in my way.
We've made it through the bureaucracy. Without, I think, giving... without... you know, twisting our morals too far. Because there are things we could have done that would have felt wrong to speed it up. Alright, let's talk to Jai. She hangs out back here, if I recall. Somewhere. There you are.
Shireen, light of my eyes, giver of boons and savior of the needy. From now on, 2 sons will grace the firmament of the Fon Valancius Protectorate. One bright and powerful, like the Rogue Trader himself, and the other slightly more humble, like his unassuming partner, the diligent owner of the Mercatum Tabula Officiale, and all-around delight, Jai Hidari.
Jai Hidari tenderly holds the piece of script-covered parchment like a young mother nursing her newborn child.
As I promised before, my crew will be your eyes and ears across the entire expanse, Shireen. Just give them time. And of course, the assistant to official trade representative Jai Hidari is already rushing to Dargonis to deliver goods of rare and exquisite quality to you and your people, O master of many worlds. And once again, thank you, Shireen, from the bottom of my humble heart.
Jai's eyes shine playfully in the perpetual half-light of the bridge. Is that the extent of your gratitude? You're welcome, Jai. It is what friends are for. Enjoy freedom, Jai. I see you have found it much to your taste. Lose this piece of paper and I will not help you get another. Throne be my witness. Fair. You presume too much, Hidari. We are not partners. Keep making yourself useful. You are welcome, Jai. It is what friends are for.
A rogue trader cannot have friends, Shireen. Only servants for whom the word of their master is supreme law. And partners to whom the favor of the warrant bearer is the highest reward for their mutual efforts. Why are you looking at me like that? How many friends does the soul that shines down upon Holy Terra have?
Jai raises an eyebrow in genuine surprise. It takes her a few seconds to come up with a reply, and when she does, she lowers her eyes. It's fair. Those at the very top typically don't accept others as friends, just business partners and servants.
You are welcome to call our relations whatever you like, Shireen. After all, words mean little. But you have taken good care of me, and so I would like to take good care of you, and go slightly beyond the strict terms of our agreement. Here, I brought a small gift as a token of gratitude, and may the Exalted One keep watching over the paths that you tread.
Battle-scarred cape. When the wearer ends their turn, they remove burning, bleeding, and toxin negative effects from themselves and all adjacent allies. The wearer gains +1 temporary wounds for each negative effect removed that way. Doesn't seem terribly useful, but if someone's not wearing a cape, I guess it's fine. Certainly not ourselves, because we want to stay burning. Okay, we could try and romance her, but we're not going to. Tell me about your background again. Is lit up.
The youngest child is destined to become a bargaining chip in the family's political games. But I was unwilling to accept such a fate, and wanted to choose what to become and which path to follow. When I learned the Exalted One watches over hundreds of other worlds amidst distant stars, I understood there was an entire world of opportunities beyond Ifrit. All I had to do was break the familial bonds tying me down and escape the planet. Which I did a long time ago.
Yeah, I think this is all stuff we've heard before. Thank you for sharing this.
All relationships are based on mutual trust. That goes for business too.
You would not have managed the bureaucracy we just went through? And what do you mean by not allowed on the battlefield, pseudonym?
Oh, I have no doubt you will.
So let's see, the cape slot is which? Ah, that one. The one that looks like a cape. Is anyone not wearing a cape? Alright, you're not. You are. You are. Jai never actually goes out. So of the people we actually bring with us, she's the only one that doesn't have a cape. So we can make it so that you don't burn, bleed, or toxin. Why not? Oh, the cape could cure burn even at a small distance. That's fair. The cake slot. Yes, the cake slot. Yeah. And we're probably going to be adjacent to her at times. That's true. I didn't consider the fact that it puts out burning on adjacent allies. Being that she's a long-range character, she's going to be standing next to us regularly. So that would turn out very poorly if you hadn't mentioned that. So thank you. Because the first time it, you know, put out my fire, I would have been so mad. It would have been my fault, of course. Alright, we are wanting not to do a project. We're wanting to land on the... Oh yeah, never mind. We want to go down to the palace. The throne room, actually. And the administratum is now gone. So I guess we have nothing left to do there. We can get rid of Jai. And let's grab back... No... I don't think we want to bring a Xeno with us. Let's bring Argenta. So we're going here to meet with the Navis Nobilite, the Cassia's family. Navis Nobilite? Nobilite? We heard the word once spoken. I forget how they pronounced it. And I am getting a spam call. Fantastic. Go away. So let's meet with Cassia's family now. Your lordship. What about the meeting with the navigators of House Orsilio? Clementia immediately focuses on the data slate in her hands. Allow me to report. The esteemed navigators of House Orsilio have taken residence in the guest estate and await a meeting with you. How would you like to receive them? Lose our profit factor by 1. Make arrangements for a reception worthy of the refined tastes of the Navis Nobilite. A meeting with the navigators is just a formality. No need for any extravagant receptions. Nobilite is what you understood it as? Okay. I think that's probably correct. I want to make a good impression because they are an important house, and Cassia is an important member of my crew that I never replace. So I'm willing to take the profit factor hit as much as it pains me. Make the arrangements for a reception worthy of the refined tastes of the Navis Nobilite. Understood, your lordship. Clementia promptly makes a note on her data slate. Would you like to hold this meeting shortly? Yes, Cassie and I are ready for the talks. Then I'll have messengers sent to retrieve the esteemed guests. And yeah, same crew that we've got right now. Big ceremony. Cool. Regent Aranto Orsilio, esteemed delegation, the rogue trader and the Von Valencia's protectorate welcomes you. Come this way, please. We were told to deliver Cassia to the Regent. So, but we were never told where the Regent was. So I guess this is our way of finally fulfilling that promise. The esteemed representatives of the Navis Nobilite have arrived at the rogue trader's court, the regent of the great house Orsilio, Aranto Orsilio. His companions, Lady Glyceria Orsilio, Navigator Lesso Simone Orsilio, and his intended bride, Lady Navigator Alexandrina Orsilio, Lady Navigator Elena Hateria Orsilio, and Navigator Dax Orsilio. He's normally on some world not even on the map. That's fair. I assume this is how the game intends you to fulfill that obligation. That there's not some other place I could go to have met up with him, since we didn't have a journal entry saying go to this location. A tall, wizened old man proudly stares at you with milky, unblinking eyes. Loose skin sways with his every move, as if the navigator's flesh is detached from his bones. An unsightly hole mars the regent's face where his nose should be, and the old man's skull is covered with spiky growths. That is a very gross description. Yeah, if you're only actually delivering her over your dead body, yeah, she's not actually going to be allowed to go with them. Unless he gives me a very good reason, and that it's very temporary. Rogue Trader. The Regent's piercing voice cuts through the silence. On behalf of House Orsilio, we would like to express our immense satisfaction at this meeting, and our gratitude for the warm welcome. It pleases us to know there are still lords in the Koronus Expanse who observe etiquette and the traditions of hospitality. And yet, this is not why we are here. Our grace is obliged to note how much the Rogue Trader has done for House Orsilio by protecting its beloved child. We waited for many turns to behold her radiant visage. The Regent shifts his unblinking gaze to Cassia. Come now, child, there is much we need to discuss. Cassia steps forward, but then stops and looks at you. Nod wordlessly, or as long as the Lady Navigator remains under my protection, I will speak on her behalf. I mean, that's a bold option. It's not clear what her intent or emotion is. Is she wanting us to take over this discussion? Or is she just looking for our permission? Because I definitely want to be part of this discussion. But this feels a bit too strong. I'm gonna go with it. As long as she remains under my protection, I will speak on her behalf. I'm not certain that's the right call, but yeah. The Regent pensively scratches his scant beard with webbed fingers. I suppose we can tolerate that, after all. It was you who rescued the child. If so, tell us, what exactly happened at Yurk 5? I say that I'm speaking on her behalf, but I'm hoping that any dialogue checks she's the one that makes, because we have to use our fellowship and our persuasion. It's going to turn out poorly. The renegades among your people seized control of the station and tried to kill the Lady Navigator. They didn't get away with it. Regent Aranto nods slowly. In that case, House Orsilio is deeply indebted to the Rogue Trader, and we are willing to reciprocate such a magnanimous gesture. We trust that a treaty of friendship and alliance underpinned by the transfer of several artifacts of exceeding rarity will suffice. Now come, child, it is time we departed for your new home, so that we may finish what we started. He stretches his withered hand, covered with translucent leathery membranes, towards Cassia. I dare not refuse the will of House Orsilio's regent. Cassia, I would be honored if you decided to stay. Absolutely. I would be honored if you decided to stay. Don't go with them, please. Unthinkable! Whoa, what?
Don't just stand there. Help the rogue trader defend the child and the palace.
Okay, so the unthinkable wasn't about me asking for them to stay.
Kill the girl! I won't heed your cries of mercy.
Okay. Who is Tisiphone? He named several of the people who came with him. Can I get the dialogue? Okay, you just stopped at unthinkable, and then dialogue finished. Yeah, we didn't get any of that. Can we go back to where he named his... Who was with him? Was Tisiphone one of them? Yes. Lady Glyceria, Navigator Lesso Simon, Xinia, Alina Heteria, and Danax. So no, Tisiphone isn't one of them. I think Cassia mentions her if you talk more before this. Pretty sure Tisiphone is Cassia's mother, or was. That's true. When we found out that they were wanting to meet us here, I should have talked to her. That would have been a reasonable thing to do. Which obviously I didn't do. Okay, but Tisiphone is Cassia's mother, and they're wanting to stop the tyranny of Tisiphia. And another navigator has chosen to fight against this group. So you guys had a worm in your group. Alright, well, Cassia, you can be there. I'd like to have one of my snipers in that position, but I guess not. Same with that. Come on, Warden. Alright, Argenta, you can be there. Ourself. Wow, I guess we are way back there, so there's not a lot we can do. I guess move forward and hopefully we can get somewhere better. Hopefully we can get to cover at some point. Then as for you guys, Abelard, you can go there. Pascal, you can go anywhere. Pascal can get all the way back here. Just on the complete opposite side of their entire attacking force. Fantastic. I don't know. We'll put you somewhere in the middle. And Heinrichs. Maybe put you here. And then we can decide what we want to do with you. But you'll have some cover from some of them. Same with Abelard. Pascal's gonna die. I'll put him in cover. What is his turn order? Yeah, he's pretty far back, so having him in cover makes some sense. Alright. We'll start the battle there. I think that's fine. We've got all of our people placed reasonably, except for Ignatius, because he started too far back. Alright, so for front line... seems like a reasonable
I'm not accustomed
choice.
to being ordered around.
Rear, getting critical benefits. We'll give that to Argenta.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
And then for dodge bonuses, we'll give it to this whole area. That all seems reasonable to me. Now I could technically move her somewhere like here. And then just hit all of them for a ton. Not a bad call. I think we'll do our usual, though, of bring it down on Ignatius.
Me. If you insist, Lord Captain.
Start there. Yeah, you, Navigator, are in the way of where I want to stand. How dare you? Well, let's start out by lighting ourselves on fire.
Purposes.
And then orchestrate flames. We still have another action, which we could use on Inflame, but it would just hurt ourselves. We could run and gun somewhere. Does this kill movement? It doesn't.
Already done.
So I can run and gun, which will allow me to do ignite. Ooh, on you. Yes, please. I'm sorry, Navigator. You chose the wrong side and you're going to die for it.
All too easy.
And then I can still move into cover.
Let's see how they respond to this.
Okay, back to Cassia's turn. Yeah, from where she is, she can't see. So we could move her forward. I moved her just a couple of squares so that she had better vision. Then could I group up a bunch of them? Need to move her a bit farther. Alright, that hits most of them.
Be careful not to cross my gaze.
There you go. That obviously hits Abelard if we stay where we are. This is half cover, actually. Which isn't great, but it's something. And then she can hit all of them.
Emperor, give me strength.
And that seems like a very good starting action. Navigator's already half dead. You're gonna die way too soon. Okay, Argenta. Let's mark her with a bounty.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
They're all 3-tier enemies, except for the Navigator, who's 4. Okay.
Doubt is for the weak.
0 damage. Come on. Run and gun. Let's do this, which will make our next shot do a bit more. Can we do another shot?
I'll do it.
There you go. Claim the bounty to get another free shot.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Alright, she should die automatically to fire and bleeding on her turn. And then just
I'll do it.
Furious Recital to raise our motivation. No, Regent, don't go into danger. You're a Regent. Your job is to survive. Oh, well, she died. Back to Ignatius. Who can you see? No one. Perfect. Go here. That'll give you line of sight on everyone. And then it's just start burning things. Could I get you into a better spot where you can get a line on a bunch of them? If I put you, like, here... or here? That's hitting 2. That hits 3 if I target this body. A little silly, but it's not a bad call. There we go. That's what I'm talking about.
I shall not fear.
And we're even in cover. You guys shouldn't have...
Not a problem for me.
Yeah, you shouldn't have decided to attack while we were here. I'm pretty powerful, in case you weren't aware. So we've got 3 left. This guy still has a good amount of health. Oh, 4 left. I almost didn't see you. We've got run and gun up again, which means could I move here and then hit all of them? I can. Oh, you guys made mistakes.
Nothing I can't do.
Didn't even need to use Cassia's ability to give us a whole free turn. We just won. Level up's nice. Let's talk to Alina first. Even though leveling up probably is the smarter choice because then our numbers go up for our skills. Mercy! The Lady Navigator covers her face with her disfigured scaly hands, each with an extra finger and conjoined phalangeal bones. Her clothes are covered in blood, mostly that of your servants, and several unexploded bolts are sticking out of her chest plate. Rogue trader, whether on purpose or out of ignorance, you are harboring a monster that is cunningly pretending to be an innocent maid. Spare me, and I, Alina Hateria Orsilio, will swear to tell you the whole truth about the madness that is devouring House Orsilio, like a malignant tumor. Do not let the regent deceive you with honeyed lies, lest the cursed child ruin your protectorate as well. You see rage and despair in the Lady Navigator's face, but neither is directed at you. I sentence you to death for your crimes against a rogue trader and Lady Navigator Cassia. Any last words? Or your fate will be decided during the trial, Lady Alina. I will hear what you wish to tell me. I'm willing to listen to her. She can have her trial, rather than us just sentencing her without hearing her side of the story. Yeah, you get a trial. Thank you for your lenience, rogue trader. 2 hours pass. The unnaturally bulbous eyes of the navigators constantly shift between you and Cassia. Black secretions run down her cheeks instead of tears, leaving unsightly streaks. Lady Navigator Lina Hateria Orsilia is charged with the attempted murder of Novitor. I wasn't reading that, I was reading this. Grrr. Why do you have a dialogue that's separate from the dialogue? You could have fit that into this box. I, Alina Hateria of House Orsilio, swear to tell the rogue trader nothing but the truth. May the God Emperor be my witness. Pathetic. Silence. With all due respect, House Orsilio has hardly covered itself in glory thus far today. It is time its representatives answer before the rogue trader. Regent Toronto, representatives of your house made an attempt on Lady Cassia's life and attacked a rogue trader. Very true. Lady Alina, what do you have to say in your defense? I'm not interested in your pathetic excuses. Wardens, get to the the House Orsilio delegation out of my palace and off my world, or execute them. Enough, I have no desire to listen to anyone. The punishment will befall each member of House Orsilio here and now. Wait, does that mean we would execute Cassia too? Because that is a crazy choice. That's just madness. Regent Ronto, representatives of your house have made an attempt at Lady Cassia's life and attacked a rogue trader. Yo, dog, I heard you like dialogue, so we put dialogue in your dialogue so you can read while you read. Yes, exactly. That definitely should have been part of this dialogue. But yeah, he brought someone into our palace that attacked us. And he's got to take some sort of punishment for that? I mean, maybe not punishment, but that's on his head to some extent. Rogue Trader, House Orsilio humbly asked for your lenience and forgiveness. We could not even imagine these vile rats could be scurrying among our ranks. As for them sneaking into the Rogue Trader's palace and staging an unthinkable crime, God Emperor be our witness, the accused renegades seek to spark a feud between our houses. Be that as it may, you are responsible for the actions of your people. Give me one good reason not to execute you on the spot. Come now, Regent, you've proved your innocence. How do I know your words are not just another trap? I believe you, Regent, and yet this is now the second attempt that has been made on Cassia's life. I need answers. That's, I think, the most fitting answer. Like, I don't think he's proved his innocence. I don't think it's another trap. I don't think he is responsible and should be executed. I want to know what's going on. They're holding out secrets between him and her. Let's get to the truth. What's going on? We are ready to tell you everything we know so that this misunderstanding can be remedied as quickly as possible. Tell me more about the renegades. Why are the people trying to kill Lady Cassia? What do you know about Cassia's unbridled power? So I'm guessing they're talking about the fact that Cassia's emotions affect all around her. Probably. Because I don't think that is normal, even for navigators. But it doesn't seem so bad that everyone needs to just keep trying to murder her. Tell me more about the renegades. They're madmen who seek to destroy the centuries-old traditions of our great house, so carefully nurtured by the previous novator Tisiphone Orsilio. They deem the century of her rule a tyranny, and our most sacred relic a curse that must be destroyed. Fools! If the Atlas were to be destroyed, the whole House Orsilio would follow it into oblivion. Why do the renegades seek to destroy the house's relic? They dread its power, for only a novator can fully grasp the mysteries and harness the power of the Starway Atlas. What the renegades call a leash, we call a guiding star. She seems to be a mutant even by navigator standards. Yeah, there's something different about her. Which, the side that we tend to believe, the side that wants her alive, and therefore we like more because they're not trying to kill Cassia, they see her difference as a boon. Like that she is blessed, whereas everyone else seems to think that she is cursed. So this Starway Atlas, they call it a leash, but the good people, as we see them, consider it a guiding star. Why are people trying to kill Lady Cassia? Everyone in the house knows the child is the keeper of the one true Starway Atlas, which once belonged to our great novator Tisiphone Orsilio. The ungrateful wretches secretly hated her grace, and when Tisiphone abdicated her responsibilities and set off for parts unknown, they staged a revolt to destroy her successor. Does Cassia really carry Tisiphone's Atlas? We believe it with all our heart. The novators spent many cycles on the world where the child was born. It is said that everyone who witnessed the miracle of her birth simultaneously departed for destinations known only to the novator. Tisiphone gave the order and followed them soon after, leaving her precious gift, the Atlas, to Cassia, and therefore marking her as her successor. I mean, I wish Cassia would just speak up right now and confirm, like, yeah, I do have it. It looks like House Orsilio has fallen on hard times. That's super true. There are lots of schisms breaking out in their house. The regent stays silent and then replies, "To call your statement false would be a lie. For many years, we managed to maintain the fragile balance within our house, but then the Novator's departure shook the faith of many. The treasury is empty, the navigators are scattered, the warp routes are scrambled, and many of our allies cannot be reached, which is why it is so important to complete the child's education. It is Cassia's duty to take Tisiphone's place and lead the house to prosperity. Such is her great destiny." I guess that does put things into a bit of a different perspective. Obviously, we want her as our navigator, but the whole house feels they need her to lead them. And so it's a question of, does she fit a more useful role as a member of our party and as our navigator on our one ship, or leading her whole navigator house? And she probably fills a more important place in the Imperium, leading her house. But she fills a more important role to me in this game as my navigator. So, yeah. It's a failing house, but it's possible that if she took over the reins... I mean, part of the problem is that the house is currently being led by a regent, and that regent doesn't have the atlas that was such an important aspect of their house. So the fact that it's failing could be because she isn't leading it, and she might be able to rebuild their house to the standing it once had, or at least get it back in a better standing than it is now, if she was allowed to go to that position. How do you know, or what do you know about Cassia's unbridled power? A special gift for a special child. She was born with it and grew up under its influence. The instability sometimes hampered her education, but we learned to prevent most outbursts. As long as the child remains calm and remains in seclusion, the powers cannot take hold of her mind. Is the instability, which is what we're thinking of with her ability to affect others, is that the special gift? Question is, are these tied together? Special gift that she was born with and under its influence, then separately the instability hampered her? Or is the instability her special gift? I think the instability is her special gift. Because the instability does seem like predominantly a downside. We knew that when we got to the station, we found out that a bunch of these servants had killed themselves because they were nearby her when she was sad. Like, that's not a good thing. Byproduct, maybe? Yeah. So I guess, yeah, the instability could be tied to the Atlas, maybe. Like a side effect of her having the Atlas, or whatever. If we're thinking the Atlas is her special gift, and this is just a side effect, byproduct, etc. Could be. Then I could understand why they would consider it a curse. But presumably, if her emotions affect others, then if she could keep a happy emotion regularly, then surely that's to the benefit of all those around her. I doubt she just only sends off negative emotions into others. Well, I think I've heard enough from you. The Regent acknowledges your words with a nod and waits for you to continue. Lady Alina, what do you have to say in your defense? I do not know what it is you wish to learn, but I will start from the very beginning. A long time ago, Tisiphone ascended to the throne of Orsilio. She was a daring Novator, who brought part of the house to the Expanse, hoping to strengthen our position in the Imperium. The house prospered, but Tisiphone was never satisfied. She went mad in her pursuit of power, seeking more influence, more control, and she saw enemies everywhere, even among her loyal followers. Paranoia was slowly driving Tisiphone insane, and one day she created the Starway Atlas, a relic that is implanted in our bodies at birth, a noose around our necks, our gift and our damnation. Tisiphone used the Atlas to control us, subdue our will, and mold our thoughts. If anyone put a toe out of line, she killed them with a glance. Okay, so it's not a single Atlas. The Starway Atlas seems to be a power given to one individual, but also implanted into all others somehow to control and kill. Maybe it is a single thing, the Atlas that she has as the controlling individual, and it's tied to their DNA as members of Orsilio, or navigators of Orsilio. Because I doubt if they were that against... If it was an actual physical relic that they were implanting into all of them, I'm sure the renegades would just stop implanting them. Problem solved. Or even cut it out or something, like... So it can't be a physical relic, because it'd be super easy to just not keep implanting it or remove it. So it's probably a single thing, aspect of Cassia, that is probably tied to their DNA or genetics or something that gives her control. I can understand it and believe that. At first, many branches of House Orsilio tried to resist her tyranny, and Tisiphone cut them down with extreme brutality. For example, the entire Satala branch was destroyed simply because its leader asked too many questions about the Atlas and wanted to know the truth about its creation. What else is Tisiphone or Celia guilty of? I understand Tisiphone's transgressions, but what does any of that have to do with Lady Cassia? Why didn't you attack before? Why now? What else is Tisiphone guilty of, in your mind? Tisiphone's madness weakened the dynasty, and not long ago the Novator vanished. Indeed, her loyal followers lie when they say she chose to retire. The truth is that nobody knows the truth. I hope she is rotting away on one of her secret worlds. Elena finishes with a sneer. I mean, finishing with a sneer is not a... If you're trying to make yourself seem like a honest, good person who is just doing the best for your people, sneering usually doesn't give that vibe. I understand Tisiphone's transgressions, but what does any of that have to do with Lady Cassia? Tisiphone passed her Atlas on to her successor before fleeing the house to a newborn child. We cannot surrender the throne to the tyrant's creature. Wow. Calling Cassia just a creature. Tisiphone was cunning and treacherous. She must have hatched the entire plan beforehand. Her disappearance, the child, the transfer of the leash. We feared that one day she would be reborn in Cassia's body, and we could not let that happen. You called Cassia a monster because of Tisiphone's Atlas. Yeah, so Tisiphone sounds like she was extremely cruel with the Atlas, and then passed the Atlas on to Cassia, but Cassia was a baby at the time. Surely she is not... They have no proof that Cassia is in any way as cruel and heartless as Tisiphone seems to have been. She just has the potential if she controls the Atlas. And so that's enough for them to want to stage a bunch of revolts and try and kill her. Basically, she has access to a weapon, but they have no proof that she intends to use it. But they're like, the weapon is dangerous enough that you have to die. I don't know. Not feeling like you have a justifiable enough reason. At least not yet. You called Cassia a monster because of Tisiphone's Atlas? Largely, yes, but there is more. Have you never felt pure, unadulterated disgust while standing close to her? Or perhaps fury or fear? Who but a monster would manipulate the minds and feelings of others, even more so than Tisiphone herself did? Generally, no, I don't get those feelings when I'm standing next to her. I tried to romance her, in fact, but failed those early requirements of the conversation. So disgust is not the term I would go with. Why didn't you attack before? Why now? Tisiphone always had plenty of opponents, but we were afraid to trust one another. any of us could be spying for her followers, we saved our strength and dealt the first blow 5 years after the heir was born, striking at one of the estates on TV. But the girl survived, and Regent Aranto hid her so far away and guarded so thoroughly it took us another 13 years to find her. Good job, Aranto. And then another 2 to get into the Regent's good graces and reach Arc 5. Now Castia's in the spotlight, and the House Council is about to put her on the throne. Surely there is no better time to cut off the serpent's head. She accidentally emotionally influenced us? Could be. Yeah, maybe the reason we were trying to romance her is because she forced us to like her, but then also failed to force us to like her enough to carry on with the romance. So you admit Regent Aranto was not aware of the assassination attempt. Elena clicks her tongue loudly. Regent Aranto is guilty of mass killings, intimidation, inhuman torture, abetting Tisiphone, and raising her heir. His crimes are many, but this one is not among them. I'd love to see his head on the chopping block, but honor prohibits me from slandering him in a trial before the rogue trader. I mean, at least you are being honorable and honest there. I think I've heard enough. The rogue trader now knows about the Regent's atrocities and the girl's corruption. I hope I succeeded in warning you about the danger that lurks within Cassio Orsilio. I don't think we need to talk to the Regent again. I mean, we could see if he has anything further to say. Same with Lady Elena. Lady Cassia, you too are an injured party in this. What would you do in my place? Ready to deliver judgment? I'm not interested in your pathetic excuses. Wardens, get the House Orsilio delegation out of my palace and off my world. Everyone, including Cassia, must die. No. Cassia, what would you do in my place? If I may speak, so many dirty colors have poured from the mouths of those present that I feel covered in filth from head to toe. I, as the future Novator, I want to bleach them, purify them, and let them go. Heed me, I am the one to blame for what happened today, and I also accept full responsibility for the actions of my house. Cassia speaks bravely and openly, though her hands are shaking a little. I don't think you can actually take blame. I recognize that you feel responsible because you are the future, the real head of the house, but the Regent was the one acting. You have not in any way been given that position. But she doesn't want anyone to die. She's hoping that she can heal them. Yeah, bleach the colors, purify them, and let them go. Interesting. Vile wretch, who do you think you are? Will you now start killing those who have displeased you as Tisiphone did before you? I think that's the entire opposite of what she just said. Yeah, let them go. Unless she's specifically only talking about the colors. Dirty colors poured from the mouths of those present. She wants to bleach them, purify them, and let them go. If she's talking about the colors that have poured from their mouth, and not in any way talking about the people, then sure, it could be claimed that she still is okay with killing. The fury on Alina's face gives way to desperation once she realizes what she just said. She slowly reaches for the atlas embedded in her chest, looking at Cassia with obvious fear. Okay, no, I'm wrong. The atlas embedded in her chest. They actually have an artifact embedded in their chest. Why did your branch not just stop putting in those artifacts? Like, sure, those at the top that made that decision would be subject to the holder of the atlas's displeasure, potentially killing them. But everyone else, they'd have to be killed the normal way. Weird. Hearest, child, this burden is too heavy for you to shoulder alone. You are not yet ready. Click. There we go. I implore you to settle this conflict. I offer the rogue trader a 100-year contract with House Orsilio, committing us to charting the shortest and safest routes for the Von Valencia's protectorate within the Koronus Expanse. I will also remain aboard the rogue trader's vessel and assist him until he decides otherwise, or until duty to the house summons me to the Novator's seat. So she's aiming for a peaceful resolution. A 100-year contract, which would be very profitable for their house, that all work... No, not necessarily that the rogue trader only works with House Orsilio, but the House Orsilio will work for the Von Valencia's protectorate. What are you going to do, Lady Alina? I accept the offer. And the best part is that Cassia stays on board. Lady Cassia, who told you that you were needed aboard my ship? Oh, harsh. Man. Thank you for your input, Lady Cassia. I will consider whether I should accept your offer. What are you going to do, Lady Alina? The esteemed regent will put Lady Alina and her people in one of our family gales. That's a word I don't know. She is of House Orsilio Navigator. A House Orsilio Navigator, after all. There's no need for our precious blood to be spilt. Lady Alina stares at Cassia incredulously with bulging eyes, but remains silent. Her hand restlessly caresses the spot where her atlas is embedded. Is Cassia controlling her right now? That's the question that we don't have an answer to. Because her hand is holding on to the atlas. She's looking at her with bulging eyes, but remaining silent. It's like, is Cassia forcing her to say nothing and just sit there? Part of me wants to accept the offer. Part of me wants to consider. I assume I can still accept it later. But see if there's other options still available. Thank you for your input, Lady Cassia. I will consider whether I should accept your offer. Cassia nods curtly. So I can accept. Navigators will be free to leave Dargonus, ready to deliver judgment. You don't think the control is that direct, at least. Okay. Probably know too much to comment without spoiling something here. That's fair. Yeah, a lot of is just me talking out loud, guessing. We know that it said the Atlas was used to kill and control. But yes, I don't know how deep the level of control is. If it's just sort of a leash, as they call it, of do what I say with no actual controlling force, but know that if you don't do what I say, you die, and anyone around you that I feel dies as well. Sort of the control of, I can't actually control you in any way, but I can make you and those you care about die instantly, so do what I say. That level of control. Or if it is just full control of their body of, I can force you to do whatever I want, and you can't do anything to stop it. That's a big spectrum. We don't know, at least to my knowledge, we don't yet know how much control that is. Let's try speaking to each of them, see if they have anything further to say. Alright, Regent, do you have anything further? You don't. And Lady Alina, anything further from you? No. I was hoping they might have more to say after hearing both sides give their arguments to cross-examine, as it were. But I guess not. Then I'm fine with Lady Cassia's offer. We'll sign the contract and the navigators will be free to leave Dargonus. Like, yeah, you committed murder, but I'm gonna accept Cassia's offer because Cassia doesn't want you to be killed. And you are nobles, and this is 40k. Nobles killing random peasants. Usually, well, they probably weren't random peasants here in the throne room. But usually you don't kill the nobles. So we'll accept Lady Cassia's offer. Cassia smiles. You have never seen her so open or so radiant. Thank you, Ignatius. I mean, Rogue Trader. Yeah, so that's the emotions that she's projecting, and it is a happy emotion, which is what I thought. That she doesn't have to only project negative emotions. We just usually hear about it when it's the negative emotions, because that's when people start, killing themselves. Regent Toronto remained silent for a long while. So be it. We failed to notice that our child had grown up and become strong. You may stay with the rogue trader until the house summons you. His influence is anomalous, but it has served to bring out Blessed Tisiphane's most precious talent, the talent of leadership. Rogue trader, we are now bound by the terms of the contract. Your representative may contact House Orcelio at any time, and we will respond. And one more thing. Protect the child like the apple of your eye. Remember that you have the future novator of a Nabis Nobilite house aboard your vessel. I am aware. You get to know where and how exactly it was created at least, but far later. That's fine. I'm going to go back to the ship to talk to Cassia. We're at the end of my normal streaming time. I guess I should have gone to the bridge. This is going to take me another step. It's fine. We'll talk to Cassia. Then I'll just do the quick leveling up of everyone. Proceeds to drag her along to every fight. Yes, but I always leave her in cover because I want her to survive. So it's like, I'm not being too cavalier with her life, surely. She doesn't get shot that often. But yes, I am somewhat cavalier with her life. Alright, Cassia's up front.
It is so fortunate you have come. I admit I was seeking you out myself. After the events on Dargonus, it felt like an anthracite grey mantle had dropped on my shoulders. I spent a long time thinking about our very first meeting and what happened next. I cannot wait to shake off this dreary color. It was very naive of me to follow in the footsteps of the man who raised me in a gilded cage. And I was deaf to the needs of my own house. But you opened my eyes. As the future Novateur, I must gain wisdom to restore House Orcelio to its former glory, no matter the cost. Thank you. It will be an honor to keep guiding your vessel through the Sea of Souls, for as long as the needs of our dynasties are aligned.
Cassia touches the place where her atlas is implanted. Why don't we talk about something else?
You will hear no objection from me, Lord Captain.
You did mention the Starway Atlas when we met. Or you did not mention the Starway Atlas when we met. That not word is essential.
I would never reveal this secret to an outsider. But you have come to my aid more than once already. The Starway Atlas is a sacred artifact of House Orcelio. It helps our navigators chart a course through the warp. This crystal, the Atlas, has been inside me for as long as I can remember, giving me strength. But the others... I noticed the renegades in the palace were choked by ashen ghosts of despair when we met face to face. I swear the ghosts were reaching for their atlases.
Cassia lowers her lashes and touches the plate over her heart. So the Atlas is some kind of crystal that is implanted in the navigators of House Orcelio at birth? Certain navigators in your house fear the Atlas's power. You said that you wouldn't share your secret with just anyone. Does that mean that I am someone to you? Is that a way to get back onto the romance path? I suspect not. Also, we are romancing someone else. Yes, the Atlas is some kind of crystal that is implanted in the navigators of House Orcelio at birth.
But my Atlas is much more powerful than the others. It's the Atlas of Tisiphone herself. That is what people have whispered behind my back my whole life. although no one knew for certain. But I always suspected. I simply did not wish to admit it to myself.
So it's a crystal. I guess Cassia nods to read the extra text, but it's a crystal that's implanted into the chest of every navigator. But if this is actually the Atlas of Tisiphone, then that means that she removed it from herself to implant it in Cassia as a baby. So if it's able to be removed, then I still question why the other navigators haven't taken them out. Because that's what it sounds like, is that Tisiphone removed her own and still lived. It didn't kill her because she was able to then go into hiding afterwards. So yeah, why haven't the others removed theirs? I don't know. Certain navigators in your house fear the Atlas's power. That is the implication, at least. Yeah, the implication is that because apparently she implanted it in Cassie and then immediately went into hiding. It's possible that she took it out and died and somehow made her body never found. Yeah, I'm sure we'll learn more. Currently, it seems suspect that there's more going on than we know. And I'm sure it could be... One option is that the game just didn't think about it, and so it's just something that doesn't make sense. Common in games. But as you're stating, there's a reason that comes up later, which is what I would suspect, is that at some point we will get an answer for how this all played out. Maybe we meet Tisiphone later and find out more of the story. Who knows? And obviously, I don't want spoilers on what we will find out later. So yeah, certain navigators in your house fear the Atlas's power.
Certain navigators in my house have tried to kill me more than once. But the tales of Tisiphone's brutality, I am beginning to wonder. What if they are all true? What if I will be a new tormentor to those who serve me?
Her silver brows furrow in fury, then she lets out a disconsolate sigh. I don't think that having the Atlas will necessarily turn you into a new tormentor. That's who... Having power doesn't necessarily corrupt, but a corrupt person who has power will lean on that power more. Cassia seems to be genuinely a good person, so I suspect she's not going to be brutal, tormentor, etc. Even as she comes to understand the power of the Atlas more so. You said you wouldn't share your secret with just anyone. Does that mean that I am someone to you?
I didn't. I only meant that... I am at ease in your company.
Your heart stutters. A searing heat envelops your shoulders, throat, and chest, and your brain grows foggy. The by now familiar influence of Cassia's power is intoxicating your mind more than usual. Cassia looks away, a subtle blush blooming on her pale cheeks. So yeah, she still likes us, clearly. But we just failed the romance. Well, thank you for telling me.
Thank you for listening.
Giving you a slight smile, Cassia nods and thanks. Alright. This is where I must beg my leave. It's time we close this chapter on our cooperation. Get off my ship!
I have enjoyed your company. Thank you for the conversation.
Yeah. Alright, level ups. This should be the last level of this. Is it? No. Just looked. I was seeing that being full. Maybe that's just the experience. Okay. I thought that was like how many pips until we were fully leveled up, and I'm like, are we almost done with this archetype? No, we still have lots more to go. Alright, we can't level up willpower, so usually I go for ballistics next. I could boost strength or toughness to get them to whole numbers. Strength is kind of worthless for me. Toughness theoretically would give me more health, but I don't think I really care. Let's go with ballistics. Oh, perception we could also get to a whole number. Perception is actually useful. I'm going to go with perception then. Because that helps with attacks. Preventing enemies from dodging. Which I don't think really matters with our psyker powers. But we do, on occasion, very rare occasion, use our guns. Alright. We've got various talents. We can't yet get Psyker Extremis. +7 to a few things while in combat. While out of combat, intelligence, fellowship, and perception and willpower are decreased. No. Gain a stack of never stop shooting. No. Yeah, I don't think I care about any of these. The problem is I don't really ever actually use my weapons. I've gotten so focused on psyker abilities. No, definitely don't want that one. Have we actually taken all of these? Every single psyker thing there? Burning blood. Hits adjacent enemies. Fire within. If we kill 8 creatures in one combat, then our next attack costs 0 AP. Meh. Boost our willpower? I mean, we sometimes, if the fight is with a bunch of weak enemies, we sometimes can get up to 8 kills or crits. But giving me 1 free attack? I don't know. We'll take it. It theoretically could come in handy at a later point. You will go with ballistics. Oh, this isn't our skills or our characteristics. This is skills. You are primarily awareness. Demolitions as well, I think, when Argenta's not around. Or Cabela. I think she also has a decent demolitions. Lord Xenos would also be another one that I think is primarily you. Yeah, Argenta's better, Cabela's better at demolition. Awareness, who else do we have? Cassia already has great awareness, and she's always in the team. Lord Xenos. Jai is never in the team. Pascal is decent. Lord Xenos. Somehow Heinrich's Lord Xenos is terrible. I don't understand because he's Order of the Xenos. Like, that should be his thing. So giving her Lord Xenos probably makes the most sense. Okay, and here's where we're choosing a characteristics. I can't give her ballistics, sadly. I could boost perception, which is probably the best out of all those. Other people I take regularly, we'll go with Argenta, level you up. Skills-wise, Lord Xenos. I can give her Lord Xenos, but she's at a -170. Yikes. You don't use it, end up using his biomancy much either for Heinrichs? I usually use it. One thing that's bad about his is that, for whatever reason, whenever he uses warp powers, it seems to affect the veil degradation a ton. So he just destroys the veil degradation in ways that we don't. And I don't think Adira did either. But he takes a huge chunk out of it. You could boost her Medicae or her Lore Imperium. You really don't have a lot of skills that... She's got demolitions, but nothing else. Lore Imperium, Cassia's got. Medicae of our people that we regularly take. Cabela, Pascal. So you wouldn't be catching up even to Pascal. And he's usually in the team. Athletics is Abelard. Oh yeah, she's only got a 30. She's not going to be athletics. We'll give her Medicae. I think that makes the most sense. And then boost her... She's already got ballistic skill. I can't raise that. Perception? Agility, strength, willpower. Don't really care about agility. Certainly don't care about strength or willpower. Probably perception. Heinrichs. Let's level you up. Skills-wise, I need to get your Lord Xenos up. Let's be real. I mean, we regularly have Pascal and Yerlet on the team. He should have Lord Xenos, but I don't think it's actually super needed because of everyone else we have on the team. Athletics, I think, is more useful. Unless Abelard is there, he's our next best, and I sort of swap between them. Although lately I've been bringing both. But athletics would be a good one. Carouse is another one that Abelard usually takes. But I could get him to have it as well. Though Carouse doesn't seem to show up very often. I guess those are the few. Athletics, Carouse, and Lord Xenos are kind of the main focuses. I'll give him athletics. And then for here, we've already given you weapon skill. I could give you strength or willpower. Probably willpower. Get that to a nice round number. Pascal. You've already got intelligence and weapon skill. Strength. Toughness. We could round toughness up. And he does die a lot. So toughness probably wouldn't be the worst choice. Don't care about ballistics. Don't overly care about perception. I think I'm going to give him toughness. And then skills-wise, you are primarily logic, Lord Xenos, Medicae, and tech use. Thinking Lord Xenos. I keep saying that on everyone, but Yerlet is regularly not in the team, and he's the backup if she's not around. And Jai's never in the team, so... Cassia. It's interesting that we're not really getting talents on most people, just characteristics and skills. I've already boosted your fellowship and willpower, probably perception, but let's see. Yeah, perception, fellowship, and willpower are the only characteristics you really care about. So, perception... And then skill-wise, awareness, coercion, commerce, lore Imperium, and persuasion. She's got 5 skills that she's our expert on. That is crazy. That she's got over 100. Even 111 is just crazy. Let's give you lore Imperium. Get another skill up over 100. Because why not, you know? That is insane. And then Abelard. We'll level you up too. Already given you athletics. Carouse is kind of your only other skill that we've got as a primary one for you. Who's commerce of our team? Cassia. Okay. Yep, that's covered. Coercion is going to be Cassia. Lore Imperium is Cassia. Persuasion is Cassia. Demolition is Argenta, Cabela, or Irilet. And Medicae, Pascal and Cabela. But I think it'd be too much effort to get his Medicae to be useful. So no, we'll go with Carouse. And then for this weapon skill, we've already taken, unfortunately. So strength and toughness are his other two primary. Do I make him tougher or do I make him hit harder? I think hit harder. He's already pretty tough. And the other three I don't use much, so I'm not going to bother leveling them up here. But there we go. I think we will end the episode here. Next time we'll have to decide where to go, somewhere new. Or maybe I'll actually do the quest for the bloodspun web that we've been sitting on for ages. Make that the plan for the stream. It's not a bad call. I'll decide then. But for now, we're going to end the episode here. So thanks all for watching, and I will see you guys then. Bye.